Your word is pure, is where I stand. Stand.
Praise the mighty Yah. Welcome to today's Sabbath services here at the house of YAHUHA. I am Minister Mike Hill, and we're going to go ahead and open up with a reading from Psalms and prayer. So let us stand and face the east. We're going to read from Psalms 92. Praise the mighty Yah. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High. I'll wait a few people trying to get together. Praise Yahweh. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High. To shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yah, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yah, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. For my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that he planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of Elohim. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to shew that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Let us stay standing, facing the east for the singing of the Shema. Praise Yahweh. Shema Israel. Shema Israel. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Eloheinu, Yah Eloheinu, Echad. Shema Israel, Yah Eloheinu, Yah Echad. Hear, O Israel, Yah Elohim, Yah is one. Amen. Amen. All right, you may be seated. It is an honor and a privilege to be before the great congregation here at the house of YAHUHA. It is an honor and a privilege for me to call up our first speaker. Not only is this elder an elder here at the house of YAHUHA, but he is also my teacher and a very, very good friend. Let us rise as we welcome up our first speaker, and I'm speaking of none other than Elder Yemuel Israel. Praise Yahweh.
Shabbat shalom. Everybody go ahead and be seated, please. Hope thus far everybody had a blessed week. And before we may have not have considered, in the past, we may have not considered that we get blessings that we don't even know about. How many of y'all got blessings, even by way of the internet, that you ain't even know about? Understanding those cups are truly running over. Running over. Because if you look around with your spiritual eyes and you look down, you might see the blessings that you didn't even know that was all around you. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to y'all? Think about it. We're still here. We're still here. How many of us have been like really scared before about something? About something. Really scared. I mean, just frightened. It could have been something. It might even be something you saw on TV. It might have been in real life. It might have been something that involved you or one of your loved ones. But a calming came over after a little while. Even before you knew Yah. Calming came over you. You know what that means? I mean, the Almighty already had the protection around you. I already had the protection around me. And I just didn't know it. I wasn't aware of it. But then the more we learned about Yah, we learned how he operates. Didn't we? We learned how he operates. You know what we didn't learn so well is how we should operate. We learned how he operates. And if we truly fear the Almighty Yah, it should be a motivation for us to put forth that act right that I'm always talking about. Oh, wait, do me a favor. I forgot to prop my mom up for me, if you will. She needs to be on a seat over there. Oh, that you provided for me. I appreciate it. You know, we talk about accountability a lot. I want to do something. I want to ask you a question. Even by way of the internet right now. What is accountability to you? What is accountability? I don't want nobody to look it up or anything. I just want, just quickly, I want some of you in here, and by the way of the internet. Matter of fact, let's make it even clear. What is self-accountability and what does it mean to you? Self-accountability. Do I have any volunteers? And then after I ask this question, of course, we're going to get on with the testimonies and things. But you had your hand up, young man. Don't give me an answer that you think that I want to hear. Give me an open and honest answer to you, or to the wind, to the atmosphere of what self-accountability actually means to you. Is that clear enough for us? What does it mean? Go ahead, speak on it.
Taking responsibility of your actions.
You want to leave it like that, or you want to add to it? Take it up. That's fine if that's the way you want, because those are your words, and that's what it means to you. Take it. Say that one more time for me.
Take responsibility of that.
Anybody else? Because I believe if we all accept accountability for self, then we should understand what it means. We want to teach the world something today. I'm sure there are those in the world who actually know what it is to them. But we want to let them know what it means to us. Because we're supposed to, again, be the what? The teachers of the world, right? Elder, talk about it. You got a lot more wisdom than most of us in here. Why? Because you've been around, and your husband, of course, was a very wise man. So I know it had to rub off on you. You can definitely. All right. She said she want to give some time, and that's fine. That's
Praise
fine.
Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Beautiful question. Taking self-inventory. We talk in the scriptures speak about how you sit on your own. You sat on, you lay, you think on your own ways. Taking self-inventory of yourself. Praise Yahweh.
Baby girl.
When you say self-accountability,
Mm-hmm.
own up to what you do, good, bad, and indifferent.
Because see, a lot of us, most of us, if not all of them, I'm speaking collectively as a people. Anytime we do anything, usually there's a reason for why we do that thing. If I get up and I go to the bathroom, it's because I gotta go. I believe I need to go. If I bust a U-turn, even when it says no U-turn there, I have a reason for doing that. Whether I'm in a hurry, I miss my regular turn or whatever. In other words, I'm trying to show us that whatever we do for the most part, at least those of us who have understanding, we know why we do the things that we do. Whether it's good, bad, or whatever it is, we know. Would y'all agree with that? Would y'all agree with, because we're supposed to be a set apart people, and we're supposed to be doing things in a particular manner, a particular way, so that we can be a light to the nations, that if we decide that we're not going to do as instructed, do we honestly believe that we are going to be held accountable? Even those of us that walked away from a congregation or walked away from the Almighty Holy, do we believe that we will be held accountable, or do we believe because I don't go there no more, I ain't got to worry about that? What do we believe? When you fellas want to answer that? With a yes or a no, do we believe, or do you believe that we're going to be held accountable?
Yes.
Knowledge. You think we'll be held accountable?
Yeah.
What about you, Pooh? I oftentimes ask, how many of us believe we still have a great work to do? Y'all still believe we got work to do? Because we even know that even the child is known by their doing. Right? Whether it be good, whether it be right. And guess what? He knew us when we were in the womb. And most of us collectively, even though I know we got a lot of babies that's been aborted and whatnot, but most of us, we know that there's a reward coming one way or the other, right? Scripture said when there's no change, it's because what?
There's no fear.
No fear. So let me understand this. we say we fear Yah, we say we walk with Yah, but then in a lot of cases, we're on the opposite side. We're walking against Yah instead of walking with Him. I gotta scratch my head on that because I know that's even been the case even with myself. And from time to time, I may be slipping. From time to time, we all may be slipping. But ask yourself a question. What happens if we perish while we're slipping? Somebody answer that. What happens if we perish while we're slipping and haven't got ourselves back together with the Almighty Yah? But say a person been walking 30, 40, 50 years with Yah, going to the sanctuary on the Sabbath day or their place of worship on the Sabbath day, but haven't wholeheartedly been like 100%, or even trying to work on being, here comes this word, work on being perfect. Because I know people that heard so many times, ain't nobody perfect. We done heard that before, right? What y'all say about that? Is it possible for us to be perfect? Did y'all not say walk with him and be perfect? Would he ask us to do a thing if it was impossible for us to do? Come on, y'all. I don't want to hear crickets. I want to hear something. Because I assure you, when I walked up here, it's a beautiful thing. I got to say this. And let all the glory go to the Almighty Yah. I didn't plan to start out like this. I want to say my prayer like I usually do. Y'all don't even have to believe me, but I get fed. You know what I'm saying? I get fed. Y'all ain't got to believe that. I don't even really care if you do or you don't. But I'm just being honest here on the Sabbath day. Because we got to discuss some things. Yes, sir.
Yeah. When you say be perfect, how do you if you're perfect? Does it mean that you gotta perfect you, like master yourself, master your heart, or either master the laws, or just do what's right in the sight of the Almighty? Like, how do you know if you're perfect?
Well, let me say this to you. What you just suggested is the beautiful thing. However, if I ever do be perfect, I'm going to let Yah deem me to be perfect. It sure won't be me. Because, see, I can err. I can lie to myself and actually believe that I'm perfect, but be violating over here or have my secret faults or whatever. Do you understand? But then if I say, Yah, I'm perfect. Ooh, boy, he hates a liar. He hates a liar. So if anything, I want to ask him to direct my path. And if I ever do be perfect, let him call me perfect. Do you understand? But in order to be perfect, one of the first things we got to do is what? We got to humble ourselves, right? We got to bring ourselves down lowly. And if we be elevated on high, who do we want to put us on high, man? Who we want to put us on high? Say it for me loud.
Yahweh.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
So the best way to just do it is don't take yourself seriously.
The best way to do it is to be serious about your walk with Yah. Don't worry about what somebody else is doing. Not unless they're in your household and you're heading that household, you make sure that you try to make sure that there's order in that house in the way of Yah. And if you're the head of that house, make sure that you're doing it by the way y'all want it done. Not just saying, I'm the head of this house and this is what we're going to do. And you start going all off to the left and everything, trusting in yourself, thinking that when I say go. See, Yah has an order. And we're supposed to follow the order. But guess what? We're completely out of order. Let anybody disagree with that? And guys, keep in mind, anytime I say we or us, me included, I'm talking about Israel as a nation. as a nation. Even though we're under a curse, we can still be blessed abundantly. Remember earlier, I just said, if we look down with spiritual eyes, we can probably see blessings still laying there that we didn't even acknowledge. I don't know that there wasn't somebody want to bust me upside the head at any given point in time, mug me, rob me, do whatever, kill me, but the Almighty handled that. Because he said, when you're doing right by him, he'll do what? Even make your enemies to be at peace with you. And a lot of times we forget that in the midst of our own mischief. And I can see how we might even look at somebody and just shake our head like, I can't believe he's doing that. But the Almighty can look at us the same way and say, and he say, she say, they're my servant. They say they want to bring me glory. But look at them, making me look bad. That can be you at any given time. Like I say, what happens if we're in our mischief, dealing with wickedness, dealing with evil, because we don't know when our time gonna come, do we? And then we fall by the way. But for 40, 50, 60, how many ever years, 10, 12 years, whatever. We've been thinking, okay, I'm walking with Yah because I say that I praise Yah. I say I love Yah. Everybody in this room that heard that old expression, action speak louder than words. Do we believe it? Do we believe it? If you believe action speak louder than words, just raise your hand. Our actions can be completely different than our words. Right? So before I go any farther, and we're going to go farther, it's a day that we want to give glory to the Almighty Yah. So that being said, is there anyone who want to give testimony, give thanks, sing a song, or whatever to glorify the Almighty Yah? Moray, Michael, you are up.
Praise Yahweh. So we give Yahweh glory, praise. But as you stated, and that was deep. I didn't think about that. The blessings that you don't see. There could be anything out there that could have stopped us from making it to our destination, not just to Sabbath services, just anywhere. And when we sleep and rest, we try to fortify our homes. Somebody could have still got in and did what they wanted to do. But the Almighty saw fit. Just heck, this is a couple of days ago, that big storm we had. People lost houses and but the Almighty saw fit. There were people that lost electricity. But the Almighty saw fit for some to be okay through the storm. That's a great metaphor how he brought us through the storm. Yahweh is righteous. Thank you, Yah.
Hallelujah. Testimony of it? Anything at all? Want to sing a song? Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell Pharaoh to let my people go. No, you got something? You got testimony in there?
I'd like to thank the Almighty just for blessing me and my family, having His loving arms around my son Joel and all the people that's sick in body and mind. And I like to read something. I've seen better days, but I've also seen worse. I don't have everything that I want, but I do have what I need. I woke up and with some aches and pains, but Yah woke me up. My life may not be perfect, but I am still truly blessed. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Oh, that applies to so many people. I know it applies to me. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to thank Yahweh for showing me mercy and my mom mercy because he could have wiped us out a long time ago.
Anything, fellas? If you think anything, I'll come back to you. Who? Got anything? Got anything? Good girl.
Thank you.
Hallelujah. Well, let me say this. God's been so good. Even in our dark days, we just don't see the light. That light is shining bright when you have the breath of life, when you can still acknowledge the Almighty Yah. So I want to acknowledge Yah, because even in dark days, he's still there for me. He's still there for me, been there for me, was there for me before I even knew. So I am so grateful, and I'm so blessed, because not only do he look out for me, he's been looking out for my family and my loved ones. He's been looking out for all of y'all, even the people that can hear by way of the internet. Oh, we talking about how people be talking about JC, talking about how good he is. He ain't got nothing on. Yeah, matter of fact, y'all talking about dead man. Our Creator lives. So we got one who is commander-in-chief of the universe. And we're supposed to be his soldiers. We're supposed to be his saints. We're supposed to be his servants. We special. But we're not supposed to be acting short, but special. We're supposed to be acting real special. Like we know who our Father is. We're in the family business. We got a job to do. Yes, ma'am.
And we, as Yah's servants, should be the leaders and not the followers of the heathens.
Ooh, you said a mouthful right there, but guess what? Guess what? Some of us heathens. Some of us are heathens. And again, I'm talking when I say us, I got to keep saying it because I don't want nobody to chime in and just cut his own and think I'm calling them a heathen if they're following the Almighty Yah. See, because a heathen is going to be somebody who don't even acknowledge the creator of that so-called Old Testament and understand who he is. See, his word, what you say, Maury Michael, his word made us what? Civilized. Made us civilized. I have to add you to the list. You know, when I say you have certain teachers that I've listened to over the course of the years, they'll say something and you go, man, that makes sense too. Because he gave us order. He gave us instruction. And when we don't adhere to that instruction, we're avoiding accountability and we're acting as the heathen. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do once I get started here? I'm going to go back and I'm going to read Psalm 5 because I don't want Israel to be that fool that we tend to be from time to time. Don't let me forget that because I keep moving. I keep moving. That's a beautiful thing. The breath of life is a beautiful thing. But as I was saying that, yeah, I can't praise him enough. I can't praise him enough. And you know the beautiful thing? Some of us might not think that it's beautiful, but he know our thoughts. So we got to be careful even about those thoughts that we have, especially when we control them. See, the word say when you have a bad thought. And I know all of our thoughts are not righteous thoughts, but we can work on it. Because when we get an evil thought that come in our mind, or a wicked thought that come in our mind, we can say, oh, get away from me. Step off of me. Yes, sir.
Now say, like, if a person, like, say, we all gonna have wicked thoughts. Now say if it comes.
How do you know, though? We all are going. I'm not saying that we're not, but how do you know? Or do we just want to speak for ourselves?
Okay, for myself. Now say if you have a thought, like a wicked thought, like say if you got one now, they go one. Then another one comes, they go to one. Like, You gotta keep covering your mouth every time.
No, you got to keep meditating on Yah. You got to put Yah first. Because if you keep having evil thoughts, then that means Yah cannot be at the forefront of your mind. Otherwise, you would be having evil thoughts. We have some that are estranged from the womb. You know what that means? Like when you come out, you don't even want to be close to nobody. You're going to be a headache. You're going to be a problem. You might be that particular child that always got your butt whooped. Always. And then 5 minutes later, you're doing the very thing that got your butt whooped in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So some people are going to be like that. That's what I said. We can only control self, but we can try and influence others in a positive light. But unfortunately, this melting pot that we're in right now, Israel wanted to hang around and jump in the pot. So Israel has allowed itself to be influenced by wickedness. See, again, I can't say it enough. We were set apart for a reason. For a reason. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna move on to something. No, go ahead, because you're asking questions for a reason, and that reason is, I believe, you want to know. So go ahead.
Well, you know, it's the Christ part that gets some people or most people, for example, like say that he died for our sins, so we don't have to cover him.
But you know better, right? So you can take yourself out that equation, right?
Right.
Okay. So what I tell you, you got to work on self first. You got to get to know him first, and then you can talk to others about it. But if you're not going to be equipped to have that conversation, just keep working on self, gaining as much knowledge as you possibly can. That way, when you do engage in a conversation, you can back it up. You can back it up. See, another thing a great teacher once told the congregation, we should qualify our statements. See, it's one thing if you share something with me and I haven't researched it, and then I just go repeat it. How do I know? How do I know that it's true? Somebody could be a great speaker, and they say, well, in the book, there was an error. It said there was only 7 days, but in actuality, it's 9 days. And y'all just don't have the information. Y'all been taught wrong. Y'all ain't got the book that I have. y'all don't have the special book. And then we go repeating some foolishness. Say, did you know that it's really 9 days? I heard it's really 9 days. And he rested on the 9th day. So how do we figure out what the 9th day is? We need to study. I'm gonna leave it at that. Because what I want to do here, was there anybody else that want to say anything, give a testimony or anything before we go to Psalms 5? Let's go to Psalms 5, please. We're going to break this down. I haven't shed a little light on Psalm 5 in a minute, although I would have to say it's one of my favorite. I do have favorite Psalms, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one in here who has some. You might have one and it be like, man, that's deep, but then you start really getting up into them, you read another, oh my goodness. And they be so great, you can't pick which is the better because they all good. They all backed with wisdom. And they're all inspired. See, check this out before I start reading this Psalm 5. People that are knowledgeable of who the Creator is. You have those that are going to be stagnant, those that are going to excel in His word, and you have those that will regress. You know what all those people have in common? either they're motivated or they're not motivated. Because if a person is going to walk with Yah, then they're motivated. If they start to slack and regress, then there's a lack of motivation. Because people do things for a reason, and usually they're motivated to do that thing which they do, right? And if there's a thing that they should be doing, if your mom told you, I need that garbage out when I come from work, and that garbage ain't out. If you were motivated to take the garbage out, you'd have got it done before you messed around and thought, oh man, I forgot. You didn't call him, oh, I forgot. But if it was something that you wanted to do, is it easily forgotten? Because it's something that we want to do, we're looking forward to it, right? Whether it's, oh, I'm going to the game, I'm going skating, I'm going to the park, I'm whatever it is. If we're motivated, we're not going to forget. We're going to be anxious to do it. Anxious. Somebody look up the word anxious for me. Because see, I know what it means. I want somebody, baby girl, do me a favor. Look up the word anxious for me. If it's something that we're motivated to do, that we're looking forward to doing, oh my goodness. But while she's looking it up, Elder, what do anxious mean to you?
I'm excited.
Excited about it, right?
Anxious, yeah.
Can't wait, right?
Right.
Wait. What do it mean to you? You've been having your hand up a lot. Tell me what that word means to you.
Anxious, anxiety. Oh, you eager to do something.
Okay, we go. Are you eager to serve God?
I'm gonna be real honest. I got some ups and downs, but I'll get there someday. I have to.
We all have some ups and downs. Do you have more downs than you have ups?
Well, I'm gonna just say.
Is there influences in your life that saying, well, what are you doing? You didn't join the cult or something.
Yeah,
Are you
my
having
mom upset there.
Well, keep your mom in prayer. Because let me tell you, I don't know of anybody who can go up against the Almighty Yah and win. See, here's the thing. I started out talking about self-accountability, right? We're supposed to seek Yah's word. Yah didn't never say read the Bible. That's only a book. Yeah, bodybuilding Bible. Same book. He says seek his word. This is a book. But you got something that's not of Yah between these binds here. And then they say Holy Bible. Again, did Yah say read the Bible? So when people say, I didn't read the Bible. But guess what? A lot of people have been told, I don't worry about that stuff in the front of the book. We're under a new covenant. We're under a new dispensation. Start back here in Matthew and see what God said. Then let me ask somebody that's wise in this room. Did y'all ever say anything in the New Testament?
You know, they brought that.
Hold on. Let me ask that question. Do you believe that, as they say, God, or I'm going to say Yah, he speaks in the New Testament? And if you do believe that, show me where.
Know what I was gonna say when you tell people that they're gonna bring up the voice part, like the voice said this.
When did Yah ever just identify
No, I'm saying,
himself
like,
as a voice?
like that's what some people like. They'll bring up that
Okay. Then what you do is you do some research, and so when they bring it up to you, because Yah is always consistent. And your book might read, thus said the Lord, or thus said God, or thus said Yahweh, or how it's going to read, but he's always identified as being the speaker. So what you got to do is you just have to make sure that you're doing just a little bit research every now and again, should I say. Matter of fact, get as much as you can.
I'm not saying that I.
No, that way you can explain it to people when they bring that up to you. All right? There you go. All right. Let's read Psalms 5. I see so many ways for us to be a fool that we're not going to miss them all, but we don't want to be a fool when it comes to Yah. And a fool is what? An unwise or silly person. And when you get those that speak against Yah, regardless of who they are, they're not being wise. Because what they're doing is they're leaning toward man more so than the Creator. They're trusting more so in what man say than the Creator. Did you look that word up for me? You want to read it for me? Anxious?
Experiencing worry, unease, or nervousness, typically about an imminent event or something with an uncertain outcome.
Anxious.
Anxious.
I'm anxious to know more than I know now about the Creator and what's good and what's not good. And I think my biggest concern is where I stand at right now, because I know I've made my share of mistakes. But is everything we do, it's not right? Is it a mistake? It's only a mistake sometimes when we get caught. Oh, it was a mistake. I didn't mean it, even though we know well what we're doing. Just something to think about. Let's go to Psalm 5, and it starts to read. Give rid of my words, O Yah. Consider my meditation. We know what meditation is, right? Giving time, giving thought to a particular thing. You don't have to have your scriptures with you to meditate. You can meditate on something a minute, 5 minutes, a day, a week, a month. You're considering it. You're thinking about it.
Well, I'm gonna say I'm in the middle because I'm still trying to figure out how to meditate. You know, it's like I meditate. It's like, is anything working? Like, you know, say if you meditate for like a year, you still don't see improvements.
You meditate on what? Are you meditating on Yah's word? What are you meditating on? Because I like to think if you're wholeheartedly meditating on Yah's word, you're not going to wait a year before Yah show you something. I'm not Yah, I can't say, but I've meditated on a lot of things, and I can't say that I've had to wait, especially if my meditation is sincere. If I want to know something, if I want to understand something better, because you want to understand something, you consider it. You wouldn't be here today if you hadn't been considering Yah. We wouldn't have had all the conversations that we've had. And I know you've had conversations even with More and Mike. You see. So if you weren't considering, I don't think you would be here today. If you weren't considering Yah when your mom said that you didn't join the cult, you wouldn't be here. So I think you're considering Yah even more so. That's just like I tell my children, don't ever put me before the Creator. Other before the Creator, nothing or nobody comes before Yah.
is it possible to consider y'all without even noticing it?
When you're doing those things that are right in the sight of the Almighty, you're doing them because you're motivated to do them. It's just like when you get up and you walk. There's a message being sent from your brain to make your legs or your arm move. I'm doing whatever I'm doing right now. There's a way that happens. Your brain signaled to you to be here today. Why? Because you were motivated. Do anybody disagree with that? Y'all think he was unmotivated to be here? But he's here.
He's motivated to be here and early and on time. I got here.
What you say, Michael? Think the young man's motivated?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Motivated. Praise Yahweh. Very much so.
I see you. When I come in here, I got a smile on my face. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing this for me. You're doing this for you. Everybody didn't get that tap on the shoulder and say, son, I got something for you. Like I say, well, we don't even acknowledge the blessing that Yah woke you up to his presence as to who he is and then who you are. He blessed you to understand that, okay, now you got a job, but you work for the big boss. He even gave you insurance that you didn't have to pay for. All you got to do is stick with the program and you covered. Oh, that's how, oh my goodness. And talk about a job with benefits? Oh my goodness, unlimited. What other job you know to give you unlimited benefits? Well, let's get on with this Psalm 5. You got something? Okay. Give it to my words, O Yah, and consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my Elohim. For unto thee will I pray. Let me ask you a question right here. Don't answer me. Yeah, he know our thoughts anyway. For unto thee will I pray. Do we talk to the Almighty Yah daily? Daily? Because if we talk to him daily, guess what? We're motivated. We're motivated. If you talk to him daily, you have a reason for talking to him daily. And you don't have to be limited to just one, what they call like, with that old phone service you had, free nights and weekends. You done ran up all your daytime minutes. With the Almighty, you ain't got to worry about none of that. You got an open line, 24/7. And best believe, when you're right with him, you're always going, they call going through. It's going through. On your cell phone, you ever see a number there and you, oh yeah, I'm answering this. But then somebody might call and you, oh no, I ain't answering that. I ain't answering that. Another benefit, yeah, man, I want us to see. But in order to collect on these benefits, all we got to do is check ourselves and correct ourselves. How many times during your teaching profession now that you know a student was capable of doing some work and you knew they were smart, you might have collected some paper or something. They didn't turn it in, but they didn't check it before they turned it in. Then you had to do some little marking on there and get back to them when you knew they knew better. But because we don't consider and we don't take our time and we rush, then we error. All we got to do is take our time, be motivated. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning. O Yah, in the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee and will look up. For thou art not an Elohim that has pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. If we want to walk with Yah, if we want to be in the presence of Yah, we must eliminate evil. Sometimes we can be doing some things and don't consider that that's an evil thing. Because we get also familiar with doing it and we don't consider in the sight of the Almighty, this could be evil. This could be evil. That's deep, ain't it? Because when we lean to our own understanding, if somebody doing something and you say, well, I'm going to do this in return. They doing that, I'm going to do this. Give evil for evil. Now, what if that person perished in the midst of their evilness because they allowed someone else to control their spirit? Self-accountability. Self-accountability. Oh, my goodness. Something to think about, it. Do yourself a favor, as we should all do ourselves this favor. Those of us who love life and want to see many days, let's not allow anybody to ever control our spirit in a manner to where we just didn't allow them to control our spirit and have us walking away from the Almighty God. Because a lot of times, when you're on your journey, most of the people that you know are not going to be on the same path as you. Most of those people going to say, you didn't join the cult. We probably all didn't heard that at one time or another. You're going to hear other things. And we're supposed to be different. We're not supposed to be like everybody else with their many deities, with their so-called many gods. Some people might even say, well, that's your God, but this is my God. Well, let that be their God if that's what they want to do, because they're making a choice. And again, the Almighty Yah did not create us to be robots. He gave us free will. He said, I'm going to see who really loves me. I'm going to see who's going to be rebellious. And we've been a rebellious nation. Oh, my goodness, from the beginning. So I hear the people murmuring against me. Ask yourself, I have to ask myself, am I one who murmurs against the Almighty? Against the one that I know allows me to breathe, allows me to exist. That's deep. Shalt thou hear in the morning, O Yah, in the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee and will look up, for thou art not an Elohim that has pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. It reads, the foolish shall not stand in your sight. Oh my goodness. What'd you say? So many ways to be a fool. You can't miss them all. But do we want to be a fool when it comes to Yah? When he said, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Do we want to say, man, the Sabbath been done away with. It's 9 days anyway. Is Yah's word the truth? Say nothing can be added to it, and nothing can be taken away from it, right? Is Yah a man that he should lie? See, man, lie. The Almighty, he ain't gonna lie to us. This is where we get to check ourselves. We get to see what we're made out of. We get a chance to see if I'm really walking with Yah and I'm not going to allow anybody to redirect my path. I'm going to be accountable. Oh, we'd rather be accountable to man. That's male and female. Or do we want to be accountable to Yah? Because we got to remember, man going to go to where their fathers. Regardless of who they are. Yah hates all the workers of iniquity. So let's put our iniquities away. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. Yah will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. That's male and female. Deceitful, not honest. The liars. Those that shedding blood. Those that are doing the abortions, all those different things, got blood on their hand. When we understand that those babies belong to Yah. And if we didn't understand that, when we find it out, we say, oh, what have I done? Forgive me, Yah. I guess to be really dumb. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But as for me, I will come into thine house in the multitude of thy mercy. And in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Yah. How many of us want to be led by Yah? Instead of us trying to lead ourselves. Don't know what the heck we do. Think that everything we do because I decided it must be right, it must be good, because it's what I decided. Ain't got to keep the Sabbath day. How do we even know what day it is? Who called it that? Who wrote that book? White man wrote that book, didn't he? Man. Say, y'all been duped. We've been duped. See, a fool will utter anything about it in their mouth. Lead me, O Yah, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. How many of us knew somebody was always saying nice things to you, but you didn't know they were plotting against you? Had that dagger already in your back and already stuck you. They were just twisted. You just didn't feel it being twisted. But then how many of us know that even though somebody had did that, you didn't feel the pain, and the backlash came upon them because you were really serving the Almighty to the best of your ability at that time. And the Almighty, he knows our thoughts. He knows who's going to do what. That old expression, when somebody digging the pit for you, they don't realize they ain't got to dig too. The one they digging is for them. So we got to watch ourselves. We got to be accountable because we don't want to go dig a pit for somebody the Almighty already deemed to be the apple of his eye. So if they messing up, who's going to correct them? Y'all going to correct them. And he can do that without consequence. He can do it without consequence. As Dave, y'all, I assure you, when I got up here, I'm gonna try to get to something that I actually had for the day. But I gotta say, I really appreciate the way y'all works with me. Because even when I'm out of line and it's brought to my attention, because I tell y'all about self-evaluation. How many of y'all honestly evaluate yourself and see how you're doing? See if you're being better. You know, your goal is just to be a better version, even if you're doing a little bit at a time, just to try to be better. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. See if those people had checked themselves, check their work before they turned it in. They wouldn't have got it back with all that extra ink on it. See, they wouldn't have got it back like that. It's always best when we correct ourselves. And sometimes I understand it's hard for us to correct ourselves because pride is a monster. Y'all know pride is a monster? Y'all remember when we were little, we would think it was a monster hiding up under the bed or in the closet or something? Up under the steps because we watched a scary movie and then we're scared to go to sleep or something. Pride is a monster. And it's a monster that we can get rid of. But you got to work on it. Because if we don't work on it, see, we have gotten into a habit of establishing pride within ourselves. We got into a habit. And then years or decades later, then we find out pride is something that the Almighty hates. But we're full of it. We're going to be accountable for it. Oh my goodness, how do I get rid of this pride? I got to still get proud about it. Because even though we think, let me tell you something, you know, you remember I used to wear them suits all the time? I come in here in different suits and everything on. Back then, and I had been considered even before then, man, let me start trying to get rid of pride. But I understand it's really deep when you're trying to get rid of pride. So I start seeing where I get my clothes from and everything and trying to hold it a secret and all this some type of stuff. But I start trying to expose myself because I wanted to do something to show that I'm trying to get rid of that pride. But it seems like, just like those blessings, we get them renewed every day. We got to stay on top of that pride because that pride eventually brings us down low because it's still there. It's almost like, did I inherit it? Where did it come from? Did it come from my ways? My wicked ways? Because pride didn't come from my positive ways. Think about that. Think about it. Get that new outfit. Put it on, even as a young person. Going to school, everybody's not financially stable or have the same amount. You know what I'm saying? We would put those clothes on, let me say me. And now they're, oh, I'm going to kill him with this. Lay it out the night before, you know. Have them pants hanging down on the bed, put the shirt up on top of it with the shoes on the floor so it look like the shoes on the foot and whatnot. I don't know how younger folk do it today, but that's sort of what was done in my day. You know, just getting geared up and everything. So being the men trying to line everything up, just get everything just right and everything. See, it's one thing to be well groomed. We should always groom ourselves. But then we start to building ourselves up extremely high. And then we find out later on in life, well, look at that beach. Look at all that sand there. Now just wet your finger and stick your finger down in that sand and brush everything off and leave one little grain there. That's you. That's me. In the grand scheme of things. So in the grand scheme of things, ooh, that's me. Yeah, that's you. Ooh, give you a completely different perspective when you really understand it. No. The hell what I said? Look at all that sand along the beach. We ain't talking about the sand that's in the water. All that sand. Take your finger, put it down in that sand. There's gonna be a lot of sand on that finger, right? Knock all of it off. But one day, it might be kind of hard to just leave one on there, right? That's me. That's it. And then go to thinking like this. The Almighty finds favor in me. Because he can find, in that little bitty grain that's right there, he can find favor in little old me. And all I got to do is just do what's right in the sight of the Almighty Yah and get an abundance of blessings. Somebody tell me why that's so hard for us to do. Pride is almost like a drug, ain't it? Am I talking? Can you hear me out there pretty good? Try to talk loud. You got anything at all you want to add?
No.
At all.
Listen, praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. And like I said, anytime. Baby, you all right? You got anything? Let me start at verse 7 again. I know I've been there. But as for me, I'll come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear, will I worship towards thy holy temple. Lead me, O Yah, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness, and their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O Yah. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. Is that you? Is that me? Huh? See, we know this is David, but can we say that? Let me read that 10th verse again. Destroy thou them. That could be you, it could be me. Destroy thou them, O Yah. Let them fall by their own counsel. We done made somebody else. We done made ourselves our own counsel. We done made somebody other than Yah our counsel. Let them fall by their own counsel. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, and all those transgressions that we continually do. The same ones over and over again. Over and over again. See, we talked about how to be perfect. You acknowledge a transgression, confess it, turn from it, don't go that way no more. Slate white plain. Right? But that's not necessarily what we do. We just keep doing the same thing. So I might have, say, like to be mild. Say I might have 10 transgressions. Only 10 out of the thousands, or probably the millions that some of us probably have, including myself. But I keep doing those same things over and over again. When all I had to do is simply acknowledge, because he already knows. Confess it, turn from it. Don't go that way no more. Ooh, white plain. That don't mean that if I make another error, I can't do the same thing. Acknowledge it, confess it, turn from it. Boom. White plain. How many of our, if we're going to take total accountability, the transgressions that we know that we've committed, how many of them do we just continually commit over and over again? Instead of acknowledging, confessing it, turn from it and say, you know what? Man, I ain't got to worry about that no more. I ain't doing that no more. I ain't doing it no more. Because that's what a wise individual would do, right? But sometimes we get caught up in ourselves and we return to that which we're familiar with. We return to that which we don't necessarily have a problem with, that we know is not good, but we do it anyway. That means, do it mean that my motivation is not where it needs to be in order to just walk away from it? Do it mean that I've allowed that transgression to have dominion over me? That's kind of deep, ain't it? Because considering habits are hard to break. And we keep going back to the very thing that we keep getting punished for. So I would have to ask myself, man, am I really sincere about me trying to be right in the sight of the Almighty? I have to ask myself, why do I continually do things that I shouldn't be doing? See, I can't say that a person is not sincere when they say they want to be with Yah. But I know that our actions pull us away from it. That 10th verse is real deep in it. Man, I got to read that again. I might have to meditate on that myself, because even I want to be made better. Destroy thou them, O Yah, let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for we have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Yah, will bless the righteous with favor, thou compass him as with a shield. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
This is one of my favorite songs. Do it do anything for anybody? Any of y'all? Is it motivating? I try to read it in a way where it'll make us consider. It'll make us consider. I know we all love life and we're enjoying the life that we have. And sometimes we tend to think that somebody else's life is better than our life. But let me straighten some things out. Your life and my life is the only life that we have. So how can somebody else's life be better than the life that you have? I don't know if people understand what I'm saying right now. Just because someone might have more substance, that don't make your life less because of somebody else. Everybody's going to be different. Everybody's not meant to be the same. Everybody's not going to have the same thing, the same ideals, the same anything for the most part. You ever played cards and you got a particular hand and you say, this hand ain't no good. But it's the hand you were dealt. Do with it what you will and what you can. That's it. Huh? Oh man, time goes by fast when you're enjoying yourself. Got a question. How important is it to keep God's laws? We're going to break this down now. We're going to break it down because, and see, I don't mind a little, as a matter of fact, give me a little participation. How important to you, Mr. What if I keep having bad thoughts? How important is it to you to keep Yah's laws? You've been raising your hand. Don't get quiet now. That's a simple question. How important to you, regardless of those naysayers around you, how important is it to you to keep his laws?
or they are important, and two,
If they were important, I said, how important are they to you? You said for one, they are important. No, the question was, let me go to somebody else. You think about that. Go ahead, Elder. I'm gonna come back to you now. Think about it. You did. I have 39, 49 questions already. I asked you one. Go ahead.
Okay, I had said I wasn't gonna tell anybody else this, but because you're asking that question, I'm gonna just let everybody know how important keeping the Almighty's laws is to me.
Okay.
I was at Kroger's, as always, shopping. I had a lot on my mind. I was thinking about my son. I just have a lot on my mind. I ran into one of the brothers that went to one of the other classes, and we conversed back and forth. And my mind was just, it should have been on Yah, okay, but it wasn't. It was on all the worries and things that's going on in my life. I took my cart and I walked out of Kroger's without paying for my groceries. The food was in the car. I almost got to my car and I looked and I said, oh wow, why is the food in the bag? And I said, I didn't pay for it. I turned my cart around. Now, if I didn't know Yah and his commandments, thou should not steal, I could have just went on in the car, took the loose grocery out. No one never saw me go out of the store. No one would have known except Yah. No. And I know that the Almighty would have known that. I made a U-turn. I went back in there. I scanned my grocery, put it in the bag, and left out the store. I was like, oh my goodness. Thank you, y'all, that I know you're alone. And I thank you for that.
Yeah. You know.
I was like,
No, I'm laughing
no,
because
just saying, I was in my mind. I mean, I had a lot.
you were just distracted.
I
That's
said,
all.
yeah, I should
You-
be more focused
Yeah,
on y'all.
but you were just distracted and you did the right thing. And I can say here, oh, this is great and holy Shabbat. And I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at you because I've done the same. I was talking to my wife, I believe, on the phone, and I was distracted. And man, you remember that story? It's very, very similar. I don't think I made it all the way out to my car or anything, but I didn't bag up the groceries. I ain't paid nothing. Leave with the groceries. I was just distracted. That's all. You're just distracted. And a lot of times, those distractions, when we should be focused, can turn out in a negative way. But sometimes y'all look on it and he checks our spirit. And he know that spirit wasn't trying to be wrong or out of order like that. So he'll bless us. And like I said, there's been enough occasions. I think one time with some wood, we didn't pay for it. They didn't put it on the receipt. My wife, she liked to check receipts and things like that. Didn't get charged for it. We go back into the store, pay for it. One time, I believe we went to a place with a needle or some thread, some yarn or something. It wasn't on there. We went back in and paid for it. And I think sometimes they might think we come in there, want to complain, get some money back. No, we're trying to give you some money.
Right.
You know why? Because we're motivated to do that which is right in the sight of the Almighty. Whereas somebody else might get it twisted and look and might even acknowledge, oh man, they didn't charge me for this. I ain't saying nothing. That's on them. But my thought is, if I take something and I know I'm not supposed to have it because I didn't pay for it, if I acknowledge that I have it and don't say nothing, then I'm guilty because I took something that I knew that I shouldn't have had, even if the error was on the other side. When I acknowledge that I have it and it wasn't paid for, it's up to me. And see, a lot of times we probably don't look at, is this a test? if this is a test, let me go on and pass this test. It ain't mine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to add one more thing. I was at work FRI day, and when I got to work, I saw the popo outside.
Oh, look at you sounding young. She saw the popo.
Okay, that's what you care about. Okay, you
Go
care
ahead.
about I feel. They were outside, and I was asking, what's going on? I was in Blue Ash, real upscale neighborhood, okay, working. And they told me that it was several people, a Gentile, a black woman, and a guy. They had a big old purse, and they had stole over $500 worth of items out of Kroger's. They didn't know the Almighty Yah. They got caught. They was in a car, police car. Police had the big old bag with it. I don't know what they took, but it was a lot of stuff. It was a lot. Now, those people, they don't know now. They wouldn't have been in there doing that. Not at all. It was not a good thing seeing that. It really wasn't.
We gotta do better. Collectively, we gotta do better. Praise the Almighty. Now, the question was, how important is it to keep Yah's laws?
They're very important because I cursed my mother, a while ago, and I could die. So
let me ask you a question. I have to cut you off because I want you to continue. Listen to me. I want to make sure. I want to make sure that you understand what that is when it's talking about cursing your mother and cursing your father.
Behind her back.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Do you understand what? See, a curse is the opposite of a blessing. You understand? I'm just trying to make sure you understand. Sometimes people just look at it, which we should be using those 4-letter words towards our parents anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? Murmur some things. But a curse is the opposite of a blessing. Trucker. It can be anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to make sure that you understand because I know that you're kind of new to this. And so I want to just give you the insight. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to make sure you knew. So go ahead with what you're saying.
Like,
For example, that must mean you did it many a time, then, huh? Let me be quiet. Go ahead.
No, well, for example, I can't wait until I get out. That's a curse, right?
You can't wait till you get out. Just saying, I can't wait till I get out the house.
No, I can't wait to move out or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I couldn't wait. I didn't curse my mother, my father when I said I need to go.
Calling bad names like that.
Now you're going a little bit. Now you're going a little bit south there. You see, but you get the gist of it, right? Okay, let's move on. Get some of this veggie meat and potatoes. Let me ask 1 or 2 more people. Maureen Michael, can I call on you?
Yes, sir.
How important is it to keep God's laws?
It's next to breathing.
Woo! That was strong right there. That was real strong. How important is it to breathe? Without breathing, we gone, right? That's a good one. Baby girl, you got anything? You all right over there? Got anything? No? So, let me ask you. Then, is rebellion good when it comes to saying, you know what? They say we're supposed to have a holy convocation on the Sabbath day. They say that, this is what they say. They say you can't even work on a Saturday. Who does that? They know that's what people get overtime, and some people gotta work on that day. Do we have to work on that day? Huh? No, we don't have to work on that day. If a person say you have to work on that day, then we have the option to seek employment elsewhere, don't we? Go to the book of Job, 9th chapter.
The ninth.
9th chapter. 20th verse. And the question was, how important is it to keep God's laws? Keep those commandments. In the 20th verse, it reads, if I justify myself, mine own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I'm perfect, it shall also prove me perverse. So if I'm not keeping Yah's laws, if I'm not keeping his commandments, and I try and just, because what we call ourselves doing, what we do when we make an excuse, is trying to justify it. Again, if I justify myself, in other words, if I give you a reason, well, we ain't got to keep them laws, why I'm not keeping those laws. If I justify myself, mine own mouth shall condemn me, because there's no excuse. None. That's me being rebellious. Me going against the authority. And in this case, who's the authority? The Almighty Yah. If I say I'm perfect, I don't need to do that. It shall also prove me perverse. Like I say, anytime we do something, we have a reason for why we do what we do. That's you, that's me. We all have a reason. Even if we say, because that's the way I want to do it. We're placing ourselves over the Almighty. Psalms 19. If we want to honor Yah, if he be a father, and we should obey, and we should honor our parents, shouldn't we? And we know that don't nobody, not even our parents, come before Yah, and Yah not already let us know to fear your father and your mother. But he already let us know that don't nobody come before him. Nothing or nobody come before him. Again, we got to have some accountability. So we digging deep today. In Psalms 19, starting at the 7th verse, it reads, the law of Yah is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yah is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of Yah are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of Yah is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yah is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of Yah are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned. In keeping of them, there is great reward. In keeping of them is great reward. In keeping of them is great. Great is always better than good, isn't it? Great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion of me. Then shall I be upright and shall be innocent from the great transgression. Presumptuous mean what? I knew what I was doing. Talked about them habits. We got some bad habits that are not good. You understand? When it comes to the Almighty Yah, do we want to have those bad habits? Well, y'all looking on and say, oh, there you go again. There you go again. Just dealt with me and didn't even acknowledge that it was me dealing with it. We're doing the same thing. Just like I say, that child that always gets in trouble, and then it go back again and get in trouble for the very thing he had just got in trouble for. Because some of our ways are habit forming. That's why we always need to just find good things. Or do we even take time to meditate on it and see, what can I do to replace this bad habit? What can I do? Because I want to be in a good standing with the Almighty Yah. What can I do? What can I replace this thing that I've discovered that's evil? What can I do to fix that? Let me tell y'all something. It ain't a secret. You know what it starts with? The Spirit. Gotta ask the Almighty to give us that right spirit. Because a lot of times we get comfortable with ourselves. But we don't acknowledge that maybe what people saying about me is right. Maybe what people say, that person ain't right, that person mean, that person this, that person is that. And it's not just coming from here, it's coming from everybody. The average person, they get upset that people looking at it that way and don't even examine themselves properly. And say, is there any validity to what the people saying? Why would everybody be saying that? I'm not mean. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? It's not really taking it to heart. Again, who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Yah, my strength and my Redeemer. Listen again in verse 14. It reads, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart. What do we think with? What do we consider with? Our mind, right? Again, that's why I'm always pointing up here. Those things that come into this nugget up here. We can decide what goes in there, what goes out. We decide on everything else. Just like, y'all remember a while back when I described it as being your auditorium? And said, for example, you're going to come in contact with certain people, probably on a daily basis or something like that. And you may have had some people, when they in that mind, that's your auditorium. When they, you might have some people, they got front row seats. You got some others, they might have back row seats. You got some others, they might be in the middle of somewhere right here. You see what I'm saying? But a person can do something, and then where you're still going to be coming in contact with them all the time. And we can be that very individual ourselves. You know, they used to have a front row seat, but now we in the back by the door or something, you know, or we're in the middle. We done lost that seat. So that auditorium, if we put things like that, in other words, you can still deal with people and deal with them right. It's just they don't have that same position that they may have had. I may not have that same position that I used to have with somebody. You see what I'm saying? We got to look at it that way and then start to examine it ourselves, because we might want that front row seat. Now that auditorium, keep in mind, that's a huge place, because we come in contact with a lot of different people, and not just in the course of a day, in the course of a lifetime. But we may have put somebody in the back who meant us good. You see what I'm saying? Somebody might have put us in the back that meant them good. But the fact of the matter is, regardless of where they are in that auditorium, we don't have to be this way or that way. Why? Because Yah said that we should treat one another like we want to treat ourselves. Right? So the bottom line is, when we look out and we see people who, they might have a disagreement at a different place of worship, or might not agree with this and might not agree with that. Bottom line is, that don't mean that you don't have to deal with them. You might just deal with them differently. That's the things can come about, because this is all about your relationship and my relationship with the Almighty. Because we got to keep in mind, he said he brought a out of Egypt.
Okay.
He said he brought a family out. A family. Israel is a huge family. A huge family. Families ain't gonna always agree, but families don't always have to squabble either, right? Accountability. We just gotta ask ourselves, what part?
When you mean people people show people, treat people how you want to be treated, right?
Absolutely.
Do you mean our people or everybody?
Pretty much everybody. You want to treat everybody right. You don't know where your blessings gonna come from. Let me tell you something. I've got so many blessings from people who don't even look like me. Is that only me? Is it only me?
Child gave me $20 a couple of weeks ago for some gas at home, because I was telling her I hadn't gotten paid. I graciously took it, and I graciously thanked her.
There you go. Hallelujah.
And there's a lot of blocks in there, didn't none of them offer me anything.
You ever been blessed by somebody who don't look nothing like you?
Oh, yeah.
So probably more time than somebody who look like you, huh?
Praise Yahweh. Yes. Yes.
So you always want to just treat people right. Always. They say, no, you don't look like me. You know, you see somebody out there with a sign say, look, I'm destitute, I'm homeless, anything will help. No, you don't look like me. Now what if you or I was out there? If we need assistance, praise the Almighty, we're not out there. But somebody is. You know? So yeah, you should always treat people the way you want to be treated. Let's look at Psalm 69. And I'm just going to cut the surface of what I have. But you know what? I'm good, because as long as we glorify Yah here today, That's what it's about. I want us to acknowledge this right here. And if we acknowledge this, then we need to start making those confessions that we generally don't. In Psalm 69, in the 5th verse, it reads, "O Yah, thou knowest my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from thee." So if the Almighty Yah already knows us, remember, he knew you when you was in the womb. He knew me at the same time. He knew me probably, he knew us from the very beginning. So if we're out of order and we acknowledge this, let me read it one more time. "Oh, Yah, thou knowest, you know my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from you." He sees everything. He knows everything. Then if he already know it, why not confess it? And we know it's foolishness, why not just turn from it? Because if we know that something is foolishness and the Almighty knows it and he sees it and we keep doing it, what are we saying? Where there's no change, there's no fear, right? Is that what the word said? We also know iron sharpen iron, so if we hear something, then we should at least do what? Consider it. So how can I apply that? Everything is deep. Everything is deep. Now, to answer your question, young man, you had a statement or a question. Go to the book of Leviticus, the 20th chapter. We ain't gonna dwell on it, but I'm gonna show you something. Remember you're talking about cursing your mom. We just gonna examine that for a second, then we're gonna move on because I got some other stuff to cover. We said something, let me just show you something. In the 9th verse of Leviticus 20, in this book of the law, all right? It reads, "For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him." Now, I'm just going to read that. I'm going to let you internalize it. I want you to write that particular verse down, and then I want you just to do a little bit more study, and I don't want to dwell on that, because I understand that a lot of us, including myself, has made that error. But when I learned, oh boy, when I learned that, man, I'm out of order. Because sometimes in our foolishness, we don't understand that we're completely out of order. The Almighty never gave us any time to dishonor our father or our mother in life or death. But a lot of times we think that it's okay to do certain things or to say certain things. See, there's a scenario in the scriptures to where, say, like if somebody tried to entice you, say, "Come on, I know somebody better than y'all. Come on and go serve this God with me." We're supposed to be the first to put our hands on them and take their life. Now, I'm not condoning the authorities. I'm not condoning that somebody go out and bump somebody off or something. I'm merely talking about scriptures. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. But your father or your mother, you better not put your hands on your father or your mother. You don't even want to curse them. You understand? That's, man, I just found myself when I said that. Something like you. I just said, you must be old in spirit. That's what those old folks say. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're getting older, brother. You look great there. And it's a blessing to be old too. Yes, sir. Hallelujah. But yeah, I just wanted to read that so you can write that down and then you can just meditate on it. Because a lot of times when we examine things and we consider it, then it brings about a change. Because sometimes we honestly just didn't know certain things. And guess what? The Almighty, He'll know that. And the things that we need to know, He'll make sure that we get that info. He'll make it plain for us. Now, moving on. Go to Psalm 73. Now look at the 22nd verse. 73 and 22. It reads, so foolish was I and ignorant. Ignorant meaning didn't know. So foolish was I and ignorant. I was as a beast before thee. Oh, like a beast before the Almighty. For example, when I was foolish and had bad things to say about my father, and that was some time ago. I was a lot younger. But I had to learn, and when I would hear my other siblings saying some things, because it wasn't, let's say it wasn't ideal, let's put it that way. Then I had to start telling them, no, don't do that. You're ruining yourself. You'll make your day short. See, because it's not up to us. Now I know there's some different situations. I don't want to get into different things like incest, this, that, and the other. If anything, get away from that type of situation. But we should definitely not be condemning our father or our mother. Because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be here. Like I say, I've not read in one place where he ever said, okay, it's okay to dishonor your father or your mother. I haven't read that. And so we just have to understand that the Almighty blessed those parents for us to come forth. Because don't think abortion is new. There ain't nothing new about the sun. Don't think that it couldn't happen to us or something. But the Almighty allowed us to come forth to be His servant. And then if He do be a master, where's His fear? If He do be our Father, where's His honor? So we say we love Him, we should be honoring Him, right?
Honoring them, like say if you don't see it, that counts as like you have to see them, but that counts as
Let me give you an example. There's a picture of my dead mother right there behind you. Okay? That's one of the ways I honor her. Every time I pull up my script, I'm looking at my mom. You see what I'm saying? She wasn't going to no place of worship when I was alive, but when she was alive, but I make sure in spirit she's here all the time. Now she's deceased, been deceased since she was 65 years old. I believe today will be 81. I've got a father who lived in the same community with me. And this is not a thing where I'm bashing my father or anything. Don't live too far from me at all. To make a long story short, I would love to have a good relationship with my father. I have children that don't even know my father. My father wouldn't know, and my oldest be 42 this month. I've got enough children. My father probably wouldn't know them if he seen them. But I honor my father because I was told not to go there. And when you deal with some older people, you gotta kind of take their word for what they say. I make sure that when I say my prayers daily, I pray for my father first. and my mother. Because I don't hate my father or nothing like that. It's just not ideal. It's not what I would like it to be. You understand? So we can honor our father and our mother. I want the best for my father. I want to see him in how many days. But sometimes we have to work with what we got. You see?
So
Some of us miss out on certain things, and I know your situation, but I don't want to. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
like say if you don't see him often, you don't see him every like 5 months. Does that count as dishonoring him?
You keep your father in your prayer? You talk to him? Do you have access to him?
I have access to him. Like I check up. I call them and see how my sister and my dad doing.
Okay. Do you think ill of him? Do you think ill of him? Because I know sometimes in situations, you know, when you're dealing with a single parent, I'm not saying it's your situation. Sometimes in situations when a child don't have both parents there, sometimes the parent that do have the child talks ill about the other parent that's not there, whether it be the father, whether it be the mother. Somebody's talking down and trying to put a certain image or a thought in the child's head, which is bad for the child. And so a child grows up believing what the one parent has said, you know, and we don't always know what the whole truth or what the whole story is. But you can still honor your father and your mother and do the best you can with whatever information or whatever you have. But just don't go to wishing ill or anything like that. And, you know, all our situations are different. You know, I can tell you personally some things a little bit later on. I don't want to get into a long discussion about that because I would never want anybody to think that I'm bashing my father, because that's not the case. Like I say, I would also say those very things to my siblings. Sometimes you're brought up in a situation that you wish was different. Sometimes you can't control everything. Sometimes things are not going to be the way you wish they could be, but I always want the best for them. Because see, as parents, if we mess up, the Almighty will deal with us. But it's not up to us as children to try to condemn our parents. Now, like I say, there are certain situations, things like incest, rape, a lot of other different situations I don't want to really get into right now. But just do the very best that you can. All right? Just do the best you can. Now, did I read? Okay, yeah, I did. Let me read it one more time. Psalm 73 and verse 22 reads, "So foolish was I and ignorant. I was as a beast before the Almighty." But praise the Almighty Yah, when He started giving us that wisdom, that knowledge, and that understanding, then we can examine some things. And then if we want to be right, then we can put forth that change. And just don't go back to doing that no more. Then also in Psalm 73, let's look at the 17th verse. The reason, until I went into the sanctuary of Elohim, then understood I therein. So once you start, like you've been showing up here lately, and we've had many conversations at the other place. Once you start to understand it, then you start getting that reality check, and you start to understand better what people's end is going to be, so to speak, when they, and then let's pertain this to ourselves. Let me read it again for you here. Begin in verse 17, until I went into the sanctuary of Elohim, then understood I therein. If we're doing something that's treacherous, that's offensive to the Almighty, if we're being rebellious, we know what our end is going to be. Because that fifth commandment is honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which YAHUHA given you. The only commandment that I see that actually came with a promise. First four commandments went to the Almighty Yah. But that fifth one was for your parents. It didn't say if your father's not there, if your mother's not there. Because as children, we're going to believe whatever parent that we with, if we're not with both the parents. We're going to believe until we start to seeing things for ourselves as we get older and whatnot. If it's true, if it's not true, or whatever the situation is. So it just shakes our foundation. So that's all. Bless all those single parent households, because I'm sure they do the best they can with what they have to work with. But when we don't have that balance, when we don't see that nurturing side of the mother, that disciplinarian side of the father, and we don't have that whole foundation to where we can see how that husband and that wife work together in unity, not only for that union, but for the upbringing of the children, then we kind of lack it. Unfortunately, our households and most of our communities are broken. It is what it is. So we learn better. We just do better. Or at least we should do better. Leviticus 19. I can say that this will definitely most likely be continued at a different time, because the particular lesson that I had, I've got about this much of it. But it's all good. You know why? Because I think we really get some understanding here today, right? At least I hope we are. If we're not, I'm not doing what I need to be doing. If we're not getting some understanding, even myself. It's always good to be refreshed. Leviticus 19, right? Uh-oh. Man, that's right in line here too. Check this out. The first three verses. And it read, and again, this is in the book of the law. And Elohim spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, ye shall be holy, for I, Yah, your Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbath. I am Yah, your Elohim. I think we just talked about the honor. You asked a question, and you know we should have that fear, that reverence. Matter of fact, in some countries still do it today, but when we were in our own land, if you had a rebellious child who wouldn't listen to their father, their mother, or a drunkard, whatever, then they bring him out to the elders. And that child might get a sentence. We ain't just talking about little children now. Because there were older folk who stayed with their mothers and fathers too. They brought them out. And to get rid of evil, a sentence would be passed. And you know what would happen? What would happen?
They would get stoned.
Mm-hmm. To death. Now, stone seems like it's bigger than a little rock, don't it? And then I started to understand that at first I was thinking that a person would just be standing out there. and everybody doing it. I was picturing ducking and dodging. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. You know what they were doing? You ever heard the scenario? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they were digging a hole and have you in there. Now I understand why I don't like tight stuff on. Ain't no room to move, you know? You ain't going nowhere. Then imagine you got an entire congregation out there participating. And you know what they were supposed to do? Let people know it could be them. Let people know it could be them. Now, who want to put themselves in a situation like that? Only a fool, right? So when you get, imagine how big a congregation would be. All we got to do is put forth that act, right? Leviticus 18. Got something for alphabet people. Let's see here where we'll start. Just read a few things here. Let's start at 22. Leviticus 18 to 22. Starts to read, thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. Neither shalt thou lay with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourself in any of these things, for in all these nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomiteth out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. Whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that committeth them, shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not therein. I am YAHUHA. Fast forward, we're in this man's land now. This man has turned this place into a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. This man is accepting of all things. I told you, I even looked at the thing, all those bird eaters, all them chicken eaters. I saw something that was done with a chicken. And they put it on the daggone internet. All kinds of abominations. Watched the movie last night, and keep in mind, when you cut on your TV and you different channels and you go to different programming, y'all understand what I just said? You're being programmed. There was a movie we just watched recently. I can't even remember the name of it. It said something like, in a certain year, there were so many thousands of genders. What was that movie we were just watching now? Was it The Purge? The Forever Purge? Was it that? Or it was something. I don't remember. It was something that I just recently watched with my wife. In other words, this system is trying to program, and they're being very successful at having the people believe that certain things that we know are not right, to believe that it's okay, to believe that it's acceptable. And believe it or not, your generation is being attacked hard. You young folks, your generation is being attacked hard. They're making it look like it's cool for you to wear your pants and they don't even fit to come all the way up past your butt. They're making it seem like that it's okay if you want to wear clothes that don't pertain to you. They said it's okay. They said when you put your child in school, if you got a little boy and his name is John, but he want the people to call him Janet, that you ain't got nothing to do with. They gonna call him Janet. They got grown folks trying to target children to make them think that they need a pronoun. Us, we, they, them, all these old different things. Confusion. Confusion. Oh my goodness, I'm just getting warmed up, but it's time. Let me say this. Y'all willing to be continued, because we got a lot, and I hope that something came out of my mouth today to make us consider. And when we're in doubt, we should always give the Almighty Yah the benefit of the doubt. Whenever we're in doubt about something, always give the Almighty Yah the benefit of the doubt. See, like I say, I got something, a lot of stuff from everybody that I've said along these decades that I've been in the house of Israel, in the house of YAHUHA. All those great teachers that came before me, I got a little certain things that I'll never forget. And that came from Moray Elisha. When in doubt, I always give the Almighty Yah the benefit of the doubt. That being said, I definitely want to stay with the protocol. And I appreciate all those that are in attendance here, and even by way of the internet. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can I make one comment about the lesson about self-accountability?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What I'm working on as far as self-accountability is being humble. And the way I have done that is like, if somebody say something to me, like really evil or mean or smart aleck, instead of me reacting it and to come back at them with a negative response, I'm working on being humble, of being more proactive and letting it go. And that's what I've been working on, and so far it's been working for me, and I thank God for that.
Praise the Almighty Yah. Bottom line is, we don't always have to respond to certain things. You know, we have a choice. Even if somebody make us feel like we need to respond or whatever. See, I'm trying to learn something every day. I really am. And sometimes I'm slow to get on the train myself. But my thing is now, in a lot of cases, I just shut down because you gotta have a change. You gotta have a change. So I'm getting ready to call my wife up. So she's gonna come up in just a couple of minutes. But before she do, she just stepped out here for a second. Before she do, is there anything from you guys that I just discussed that I wasn't clear on? Is there? Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Talk a little louder for me.
You're clear, but can you define maybe, what's his name again? What's your name again? Curse, can you define what curse is in terms of what the scripture's saying, or like when a person uses profanity?
Mhm.
Okay,
See, here's the thing. And this is the best way I can put it. Do we all know what a blessing is? Blessing is something good, right? A curse is going to be the opposite of a blessing. Something bad. Can't wait till I get out of here. I hope you get hit by a truck. Just wishing negative energy on someone. And we're talking about your parents right now. You always trying to tell me what your parents are there to instruct you. And hopefully and prayerfully, they're instructing us in the right way. And believe it or not, I do believe that parents try to instill within their child what they believe to be right. Notice what I said, what they believe to be right. And as young children, the only thing that we can really do is go along with that at the time. But once you're old enough and in a position, because you've learned about the Almighty, this, that, and the other, if you're in a position to where you can move out, by all means, it's time to do that. When a person is capable. Right now, I don't believe you to be in that situation, but I see that your mother is honoring your wishes to allow you to participate here. And I'm sure she's gonna start seeing some changes in you. I don't think you're a bad guy at all. Matter of fact, I know that you're one that's very curious. And I know when certain things have been instilled in you for so long, and then all of a sudden you start hearing something that's the opposite of what you've been hearing, one gets inquisitive. You want to know. And so you've asked a lot of questions over the time that I've known you, not only to me, but with Moray Michael, and even here. And that's fine. That's fine. So you're motivated to want to be right on the sight, in the sight of the Almighty Yah. And that's a blessing, but a curse. And you definitely don't want to be cursing your mom out with them 4-letter words and just that. And I'm not suggesting that you are, that you're doing. But that's bad too. But when we talk about a curse, it's the opposite, just the opposite of a blessing. Is it a blessing to get hit by a truck? Is it a blessing for a dumpster to fall on your head? Is it a blessing for, I hope that dog bites you? So we just want to know, yes, sir, I got to get that baby girl, you out there?
No.
Because I saw her come back in. I definitely want to stay with protocol. Go ahead.
Can I get one more question now?
Go ahead.
You know, I think sometimes it's not an easy road for them, right? Would you agree with that?
Nobody said it was going to be easy.
No, I guess.
So I'm agreeing with you.
So I think she's seeing the rough road of this. She's not seeing like, oh, why you always moping around the house, you know? Because she sees the suffering part of it, but she don't see the.
She see the suffering part. What do you mean?
Like basically changed my diet completely.
And that's suffering?
No, I didn't. Basically, for me, it's confusion.
Okay, we're going to talk. But right now, Radon is back in with us. And I definitely need to call her up so she can share with us what she has for us. But we're going to continue to talk like we always do. And I'm going to give you as much information as I possibly can because I deem you to be one who really wants to be right in the sight of the Almighty Yah. So that being said, thanks again for all those. And let me say this. Please keep Moray Yoel and his family in your prayers. I neglected to mention that earlier. It's definitely on my mind. And I know that that's something that we can do because we want the best for him. And Moray Yoel, if you're listening, I love you. We love you. You as well, Sister Kira. And Yeah, well, there's a question that I asked you. When you fill it up to it, get back with me. Because I do value what you may have to say on that particular subject that I asked you about, okay? That being said, at this particular time, rise for Mariah Dawn.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Go ahead and be seated. It's really good to be here today and see everyone's faces. How we doing? I can't tell y'all a little low key with it. Speak up, you got voices. Have some excitement about yourselves. You're alive. You got to see another day. Some people didn't. Some people didn't wake up. Some people perished yesterday in very tragic ways. Yahweh guided and protected us to where we are here today. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
We serve an awesome, awesome Elohim. So I'm going to deviate from my usual programming. I don't want to talk about any false deities today. In all honesty, I've had a very rough week dealing with some really special spirits. And I don't want to talk about them. I want to talk about Yahweh because he's awesome. Awesome and wonderful. So I came across this news article today. And it has a very, very interesting picture that made me think and consider. I can't make it bigger, unfortunately. So I'm just going to hold it up and describe it a bit. Push it closer to the interweb screen so they can see it. But this is a picture of a tree that got struck by lightning. And this tree was burning from the inside out. The tree is lit up from the inside. You can see the fire inside, but not on the outside of the tree. And it got me to thinking. Those difficult spirits that we run across during the course of our time on earth, in many ways, that's what they are. They're trees burning from the inside out. Because whatever it is that's fueling their negativity, anger, anxiety, insecurity, envy, jealousy, I could go on and name things, but all those things are a fire that are burning inside of them. And fire generally can't be contained. It's got to come out. So how does it come out? It comes out with the roar that you receive from them. This isn't fair. I can't get my way. Why aren't you letting me have my way? So I'm going to scream and yell and I'm going to say mean things because you're not letting me have my way. What are you looking at? Don't talk to me. Why are you looking at me like that? Who do you think you are? All that stuff that comes out, that's a fire that's burning them on the inside. They don't know what to do with it. So roar to the world. But guess what? You could also have a fire burning inside of you in a very positive way. There could be something that just brings you such joy and happiness that, again, that fire can't be contained. It needs to come out. So as these people walk about in the world, they smile because they have happy passion. They're friendly. They're outgoing. They wish you well. When they enter into a room, they fill it with joy and positivity and light because their fire is a bright fire that can't be quenched, and it emits happiness and it spreads like monkeypox. But for goodness, the ashes of their fire promote growth and joy and goodness as opposed to negativity and nastiness. And I can't wait till you leave type feelings. So what kind of fire do you have inside of you? Do you have the type of fire that consumes everything that it comes in contact with and just leaves ashes and despair in the trail? Yes, ma'am.
I have a good positive vibes out of me because at work when I talk to the customers, they they gravitated and they love talking to me. Of course, my supervisor came in, span on me 2 days in a row. You do a good job with yourself, but you talk too much. You too Teddy Patty. Well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be Teddy Patty, and that's why I'm not gonna work here too much longer because I have to have a rapport. I make people feel good. They make me feel good. So I have a positive vibes out of me. Now,
Oh, yeah. She knows where she's at. Good for you, man. Hey, Hootie, what kind of fire you got inside of you? This sleepy fire, ain't it? Slow to get started. Your ashes a bit, get you going. And that's okay. That's sometimes where we're at. Hey, Wisdom, what kind of fire you got inside?
Just okay.
So what?
Just okay.
Just okay. Okay. More AM, what kind of fire you got inside of you?
You gotta find something in me that I keep trying to keep it tame. Keep it tame towards it. Right? Trying to make sure my fire don't get too hot. When it get hot, it's a passionate heat, you know? And sometimes you just have to, well, I'm a person that's passionate about certain things. And so depending on what it is, that flame can be up or it can be down, but I like to think it's always a good fire. You know, sort of picture like a cold day with a nice warm fire. I don't know how it comes across to all people at all the time. It's a word now. I mean, well,
Earlier this week, I work at a place that presently is understaffed. It's exceptionally frustrating. So, because it is understaffed, sometimes I have to do a lot. So, the time was approaching when it was time for me to close the store. So I was standing at the door to let customers know we're closed. We're not taking any more customers. I'm letting the customers that are in the store finish up, and we're going to be finished for the day. So there's a woman who comes to the store literally 3 minutes before it was time for us to close. And I said, ma'am, I'm sorry, we're closed. I might as well not have been standing there. I might as well have not said anything because this woman proceeded to pull out her phone and say, it's not 7 o'clock yet, and walked in. Yahweh knows my spirit, and he was there. I'm embarrassed to say what I wanted to do to that woman after she told me that. Because, for one, I don't come at people crazy, and I would like to be regarded. That was very disregarding what she did. Like, her priorities supersede what it is that I need to do. Many times we want something when we want it, how we want it, and we don't care who else it affects because that's what we want. So I went behind the register and I just stood there. And if looks could kill, I would have been on death row. I ain't say nothing because I also understand that it's certain types of people who feed off of negativity. Had I said something to her, she had the type of spirit, that's exactly what she wanted. She wanted an opportunity to pop off and talk loud. So I stood there. While she's looking for what she's looking for, she finally comes up to the register and says, I can't find what it is I'm looking for. Just give me a refund. I'm fuming. Unfortunately, I have a very expressive face as well. So even if I don't say anything, you can see it in my face. Everything that I'm thinking of a negative nature that doesn't glorify Yahweh at all. I'm not justifying it. I'm saying what it was. But then Yahweh is awesome. I started thinking about Joseph. Joseph lived in a house, worked in a house where that woman was after him 24/7. And never once did he break stride. He didn't give in to his irritation of this woman getting on my nerves. I know she's somebody's wife. None of that. He stayed righteous. And I thought about that. And my spirit changed. So then I heard her. She pulled out her phone. Oh, I forgot about this. She pulled out her phone. I don't know who she called, but whatever she called, instead of talking stuff to us, she talked stuff to the person on the phone. Girl, I was waiting for somebody to say something to me so I could pop off. Man, if you don't go ahead on somewhere with that, real people don't talk stuff on the phone to other people. They say what they need to say. Anyway, I thought about Joseph and my spirit changed and it humbled me. And I said, ma'am, we have other black shorts. We have this style. We have this style. I proceeded. It was after 7 o'clock. The store was closed. I proceeded to tell her and show her where these other items are so she could get what she needed. Because I know where my blessings come from. Sweetie, you can walk around and be Miss Boss Lady, Miss Gusto, and walk in a space and people feel like, and you feel like you intimidate people by your presence. That ain't true power, ma'am. Because the moment you leave, they don't think nothing of you. When they see you coming, they don't think nothing of you. So while we walking around here trying to act like we special and we got power, it's superficial. Remember in the movie Friday how people acted when Debo came around? But how they acted when he left, they didn't respect him. They were scared of him. That's not the same thing. But we think because we can make people move in a certain way, oh, we big people on campus. No, you're not. You clowns. It's just for whatever reason, these particular people don't choose to engage with you. They may not feel like they're strong enough to defeat you, but that's completely different from respect. Because there are people who are scared of other people, and when they get the opportunity to do something to those people, they will do it. Respect doesn't have the same type of response. And respect, people will move out of your way not because they are afraid of you, but because they think highly enough of you and the way that you treat them to where they will regard you. This person made me feel this way. In turn, I will do this. Not out of hatred, not because I'm scared of them, but because I think highly of them. There is a difference between fear and regard from respect, and we don't understand it. But Yahweh does. And when our moves in the world imitate Yahweh, Yahweh will put that respect and that regard in others with regard to you. But we don't put Yahweh first. We swim in our own pool of emotions. I'm going to the high dive and I'm taking a deep, deep dive into my feelings because they are mine and I can't. That doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to me because this is how I feel. Do you realize that your feelings are making you behave in a manner that Yahweh considers putrid and disgusting? But we don't think about that because we're in our feelings. I'm mad. So let me show you how mad I am. Now that I'm angry, I'm going to speak to you in a way and make you feel bad about yourself because this is how I feel. That's interesting. So when you come down off of your manic tirade of aggravation and irritation, and you come back to where you are, you still got to look at that other person that you talk stuff to. How do you think that person thinks about you now? Do you want them to look at you in a loving, friendly, and kind manner? They probably won't now because they're thinking about all of the things that you said to them in your feelings. We like to berate people and make them feel bad because we are angry. This is what you did to me. This is the type of person you are for what you did to me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you about you. Oh, we have so many wonderful things to say. And then after we've said them, we've had our giant word vomit. It's all out now. We feel better. But think about the person you dumped all of that on. How do they feel? We don't care because we feel like it's justified. They made us mad. Yes, you didn't give me what I wanted. I had a customer tell me yesterday that she drove an hour to come to that store, and in short, how dare I still be closed? Ma'am, I am the only person here. I'm not getting ready to run an entire store for hours on end because you decided that you don't want these items anymore. Grand scheme of things, that's a real personal problem. You should make better choices before you decide to spend your money. It's not fair. It's not fair that I'm here at work by myself. You don't hear me telling you that when you decide to show up. I didn't tell you to drive an hour to come here. I don't work on the internet. I'm sorry that it said the store was open at 10. These are all things that are out of my control. I show up when I am scheduled to show up. And I do according to what I'm supposed to do when I'm there. We want to fight and blame and criticize and verbally scratch people for our own ish. We want to make everybody pay for the fact that we presently, right now, feel some type of way. How dare you make me feel this way? Yes, ma'am.
And I think you were being very humble, and I thought I was working on it, but with that scenario, I would have let her in and excuse me, but it's 7 o'clock, and I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to leave. You were really humble and not making her leave at 7.
Whoa, see, here's the thing. I happen to know if you give somebody the opposite reaction of what they're giving you,
Yeah.
that is a fire that burns from the inside.
It would have been my immediate.
Do you know how stupid you look coming at somebody loud and brash and crazy, and they just as nice? I don't have to be mean. I don't have to raise my voice. I can smile. I can still be pleasant. You gonna burn up from the inside because you're like, dang, I'm being mean to somebody who's being nice to me. And I didn't even say that Yahweh is watching all of this. Yahweh can do things to people that we can't. You can call on Yahweh all day long. I ain't got to move my lips, but I can stand here and pray to my Elohim. You don't know that. You can stand there and I will also say that at the age of 47, it has taken me a very, very long time to get here. Yes, it's taken me a very long time to get here. It has not been easy. Do you know how frustrating and helpless I feel standing in a place being forced to be quiet while somebody's talking crazy to me or while somebody is trying to exert their power over me? For me, that makes me feel very angry that I could do something, but there are repercussions that I may or may not have considered that will befall me as a result of that action. But if I do nothing, kind of grit my teeth and take it. But I know Yahweh is recording the whole thing. I very painfully stand there, submit, and take things. Because I know I serve an awesome, awesome Elohim who can do things that I can't. So I try very hard to speak to people the same way I would like to be spoken to. And as for that woman who showed up in her whole complaint of driving to that store an hour away so that she could do a refund, I said, ma'am, 12 o'clock is a little bit shy of quarter of an hour from now. The store opens at 12. If you come back at 12, I will be more than happy to help you with your refund. Did I not mention she almost got up in my face while she was saying this? So I shut the door and I locked it. And I went back to doing what I was doing. And at 12 o'clock came, I opened the door and I braced myself and I said, okay, here it comes. 12:05, she still hadn't come back. 12:20, she still hadn't come back. 12:35, she showed up and she had a totally different spirit about her. And I know that was not because of me. That was because of Yahweh. You all have to forgive me. Like I said, I had a very, very trying week. And I can only assume that it was a test from Yah to see what type of person I'm going to be. And I have to say that I am more scared of Yahweh than any entity on this earth. I try to make my reactions or my actions a response to that fear, because I have seen instances of what Yahweh is capable of. There are things that Yahweh can do that people cannot do. Things that people cannot undo once Yahweh does it. And it is of that fear alone that I try to react and respond. But I'm telling you, as a human being, I'm tired of being pushed to the edge because someone else feels that what they want, what they like, or what they desire is greater than me. I would love to tell some people to take a high dive off of a low bridge into shallow water. But I also happen to know that the things that I say and will onto other people will come back on me. Long story short, if you want to be treated a certain way, don't be a butt to people. Sometimes we take Yahweh's name in vain, and we act like because we wear the name Israel, that gives us some kind of badge to just be who we are, because of course we're coming in the stead of righteousness. There are lots of righteous people who got caught up in their feelings and forsook Yahweh. And they weren't working on behalf of Yahweh. They were thinking about themselves. And they tried to push their selfishness onto other people, but swear it's righteousness. It's not. It's another form of wickedness. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 12. Let's see about the type of power that Yahweh has. Because people seem to think they just got all the power. They don't. You have the ability to form words and phrases with your mouth. You have the ability to take your muscles and beat people up. You have the cunningness to try to get over on people and be sneaky. Those are all things that we are capable of doing, things we have the ability to do. But this is what Yahweh can do. I was going to start at verse 2, but I feel inclined to start at verse 1 and just read all of Isaiah chapter 12. And in that day thou shalt say, O Yahweh, I will praise thee. Though you were angry with me, your anger is turned away and you comforted me. How many of us in clear conscience can say that somebody made us angry, but then our anger turned away, and then we comforted the person who made us angry. I don't want to comfort people who make me angry. But Yahweh has so much love for Israel. That is what he will do for us. We take his name in vain. We spit on his commandments. We praise other deities. We do so many things that Yahweh says he doesn't like. He will get angry. He will punish us. At the same time, he will take us and he will hold us close to him and say, it'll be all right. Verse 2. Behold, Elohim is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For Yahweh Elohim is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. When I had to deal with those two individuals this past week, on my insides, I promise you not, I was singing and talking to my Elohim. Because frankly, people get on my nerves. But you ain't worth going to jail over. You ain't worth risking my life over. I'm going to talk to Yahweh. Therefore, with joy shall ye draw water out of the wells of salvation. And in that day shall ye say, praise Yahweh, call upon his name. Declare his doings among the people. Make mention that his name is exalted. Sing unto Yahweh, for he has done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Yahweh does excellent things. We don't think about Yahweh doing excellent things because we're too busy thinking about ourselves. We have made Elohims of ourselves and the way we think and the way we feel and the things that we want. It means nothing to anybody outside of ourselves, but we act like it is so vitally important. This is what I want and you're not giving it to me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Who are we? Who are we that we think that what we want should be considered by somebody else? We like to speak to people about the obligations that they have to us. What about the obligation that we have to Yahweh? We want to pat ourselves on the back and talk about how righteous we are because we've done this or we've done that. But in that moment, were you thinking about yourself? Do we ever stop to say, what does Yahweh think about what I'm doing right at this moment? What does Yahweh think about the way that I am making someone else feel based on what I want? Yahweh is known for his excellence in all the earth. In that moment, are we displaying any type of excellence? Would we actually have someone watch us, critique us, take notes on our behavior in that moment? And would we honestly say that was my moment of excellence? I'm throwing a massive temper tantrum. And now I'm going to tell you about yourself as a result of the fact that you made me have this temper tantrum. I'm not going to accept any accountability for my behavior. I'm going to project it all on you. You're the person who's acting this way. You are the person who's doing this. While we stand here in all of our self-righteous excellence, telling someone about themselves because they made us angry. But we got on fringes, so we're righteous. Sing unto Yahweh, for he has done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, you inhabitant of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel in the midst of thee. Yahweh is in the midst of us. How many of us are screaming and yelling for righteousness? In the same fashion that we scream and yell because someone isn't giving us our way. How many times has someone had to call the police on somebody because they're in their house making noise to exalt Yahweh? I can't get any sleep. This person is in their house making so much noise praising to Yahweh. I can't get any peace. You won't hear it. But people will scream and yell for hours on end talking about how somebody else made them feel. How can I make you feel anything? You're in charge of your emotions. I'm in charge of my emotions. I decide if I'm going to be angry based on what was presented to me. You can't make me angry. That's a choice that I make. But because I'm such a self-righteous person, I'm going to blame it on you. How dare you make me feel this way? Who do you think you are? Yahweh could say the very same thing about me in that moment because I'm not glorifying him. I'm bringing glory to myself because I think I'm important. The biggest deity in the room in that time is me because I'm only thinking about me. I am the biggest deity in this room. How dare you make me feel this way? Really? Yes, sir.
So when we think of ourselves as deity, then we're breaking the first commandment, right?
Hello.
I mean, how would that? I mean, that's serving yourself. I mean,
Exactly.
but when
We serve ourselves all the time. So in a way, I guess I am still talking about another deity. Ourselves. We make ourselves the center of everything. This is what I want. And because I go to work every day, I should have it. Says who? This is what I want because this is what I want. I don't need to justify it. I don't need to explain it. This is what I want. Me, me, me. The biggest deity of the day. Me. I'm going to talk loud about me. Me, 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 me. You're making me angry. Me, 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 me. You're making me sad. Me, 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 me. I'm going to smile at you because you made me happy. Me, 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 me. We go out the entire day thinking about me, 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 me. We take selfies of ourselves because we are important. Look at me. Look at what I'm doing in my life. Me, me, me. Pictures of me from this angle. Pictures of me from that angle. Look at me. I'm here. You're not. So sad. Me, me, me. All day long. Me. Nowhere in the word Yahweh or hallelujah is the word me. If we go right now to Exodus chapter 20. Right now. Exodus chapter 20. And Elohim spake all these words. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt. Anywhere in the scriptures where me is uttered, unless it's a person talking about themselves, Yahweh is talking about him, the actual circle of import, the actual deity worthy of being considered in everything. But we'll put y'all on the back burner because me, 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 me. Foreign languages, me, 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 me. All the world long, everybody's thinking about themselves. Even people who do nice things, you know what they're sometimes thinking about? How that's going to make them look. Not that they have a desire to be nice. There are people who are. I do not speak of everyone. I am speaking specifically of people who are self-centered. We are very, in general, self-centered. When it's Yahweh who's supposed to be the center. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 9. In Ecclesiastes chapter 9, I would like to read verse 2. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean, and to the unclean, and to him that sacrifices, and to him that sacrifices not. As is the good, so is the sinner, and he that swears, as he that fears an oath. We don't consider this either. We like to put ourselves up on this pedestal, and we act like because everything else can't fit on that pedestal, it's beneath us. As this lion and this lion are perched on this pedestal, we act like the lions, and everything that isn't up here on this pedestal is beneath us. That's not important because it's not about me. I don't see it that way. So that's wrong. You know why? Because you don't agree with me. That's wrong because I say it's right and you don't agree with me. Huh. We're so busy maintaining our position on the pedestal. Where is there room for Yahweh? I mean, because would there really be a pedestal without Yahweh? Are we considering that at all? Nope, no room. You know why? Because I'm thinking about me. I am full of me. There is no room for anything else. Just me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Turn into a whole song. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 18. It's an often read verse. It says, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. We talk about how Yahweh hates pride, but we are very prideful. Let somebody tell us we're wrong about something. Dare you speak to me in such a manner? I'm not wrong. As if the way that we think about a particular fashion is the end all be all of thoughts. Because I think about it this way, no one else can think about it differently. You're the inventor of the wheel, are you? Huh. There's not more than one way to think about a thing, is there? Okay. So, since we think so highly of the way that we think about things, let me ask you all a question. Let me ask you all a question. Young man, you were talking earlier about how you have cursed your mother, correct?
Yeah, in the past, but no, now that I see this, I'm like, okay, yeah, like, I like cursed my mother, like, oh, man, wow, I did that in the past and probably before that, and probably, but just didn't realize it because I was ignorant back then, and I still am. So, Yeah.
All right. Knowledge. Is it wrong to curse your father or your mother?
Yeah.
Booty. Is it wrong to curse your father or your mother?
Yes.
So, okay. But what if I say, because my mother said something to me that I didn't like, I'm allowed to say X, Y, and Z. I don't like what you said to me. I'm grown. Me. Me-isms. Bunch of me-isms. Is that okay? Why? Why is it disrespectful?
Because it man is on father and mother.
And who said it?
Yahweh.
Yeah. That's the only reason why we can't think about a particular thing another way. The only reason is because it goes against something that Yahweh says. Outside of that, it's human reasoning. How many times are we having arguments or disagreements with someone because someone's position is outside of what Yahweh said? Versus how many times we're having disagreements and arguments with someone versus it's outside of what we say. That is the only time you can think outside the box. Is if it doesn't go against what Yahweh says. Anything else? Anything else? Literally subject to interpretation. I don't like the way you open a box of cereal. Okay. Now I'm mad all day because I opened this cereal box and got myself some cereal, and I didn't like the way you opened the box of cereal. I'm going to carry this with me all day long because my day got started off wrong because you offended me with the way you opened the box of cereal. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? That is the most ludicrous thing I've heard today. That's what we do. I'm driving down the street on my way to work. I'm mad that you're driving slow. Why am I mad that you're driving slow? Because I didn't make good decisions prior to me driving to work that would allow me to move to work on time. Now I'm taking it out on the highway. Get out of my way. Why are you driving so slow? I got some place to be. You made 25 decisions previous to now that would have allowed you to get to work in a timely fashion. You chose not to handle your affairs correctly. Now I'm taking it out on everyone else I come in contact with because they're not doing what I want them to do. Me. How many of us make decisions on a daily basis focused on ourselves? Hootie, why are you wearing that shirt today? See? He likes it. He's making a decision based on him. Not to say that you're selfish or self-centered. I was just using it as an example. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Fig bar.
Why did you eat a fig bar? Huh?
I guess that was in my fig bar.
The fig bar grew legs and just walked up to your mouth like, eat me. Is that what happened?
No, because I didn't want to eat no Raisin Bran.
Basically, you ate it because that's what you wanted.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There are times when you should be self-centered, but it doesn't have to be with everything. I mean, self-preservation, you need that to be alive. You have to think of yourself. You have to make decisions. You have to make choices. Because you have to survive. But you don't have to be a butt and make yourself uber important, is my point. You are not the center of the universe. You don't get to inflict others because you want something. I don't get to go make war with a whole nation of people because there's something in their land that I want. I don't get to make your life miserable because you are in charge of something that I want. How does Yahweh feel about what I'm thinking right now? Yahweh says I can eat anything that's clean. Does that mean I can run into Kroger and steal it because it's clean? No. But I could work hard for it, earn money, go buy it. And I don't have to be a butt about it because I had to work to earn money to buy it. I don't have to go to the store and treat people mean because there's something in there that I want to buy. We can take ourselves out of the picture. Or no, leave yourself in the picture. But look at it from the other side. If I'm talking to you, would I want you to talk to me in the same manner that I'm speaking to you in? Yes. Even if I'm being mean?
No. No. Absolutely not.
But we never look at it until we're on the receiving end of something. And then it goes from being a meism to now we're a victim. Somebody call the nurses, get the gauze and the wound dressing, because we have been wounded egregiously. How dare you treat me that way? I've been nothing but nice to you. Who do you think you are? You have hurt my feelings. I've never done anything to you. I've only been nice. I've had nothing but kind thoughts about you. Really? Really? See, that's the other thing that we do. We don't seem to have a middle ground. We'll be very polar opposite about things. Me, and then that opposite end, oh, woe is me. I'm such a victim. I am always so nice. I only have good intentions toward people, and maybe people always needed me. Really? Victor or victim, is it? Victor or victim? Okay. Does Yahweh think we're victors or victims? Does Yahweh look down from heaven and say, that is a victor for me, or he's a victim of me? Let's go to Proverbs chapter 16. Nope, my bad. Ecclesiastes 12 and verse 10. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 10, please. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 10. I only want to read the first portion of verse 10. It says, the preacher sought to find out acceptable words. Acceptable words. Hey, Zuri, give me an example of an acceptable word.
I'll take that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Like,
This is about make it easy. It's any of them.
I'm getting to it.
Yeah, because he ain't doing nothing.
He's thinking. That's work. Hootie, Zuri, I'm going to come back to you, okay? Give you a moment to think somewhere. Would you give me an example of an acceptable word? Okay, this side of the room needs to think a bit. Miss Maria, hello, ma'am. How are you? Can you give me an example of an acceptable word?
Thank
Right off the tongue. Would everyone in the room be of the general consensus that thank you is an acceptable word?
Yes.
Yes. Acceptable words will take you far, even when you're angry. Did you know that you can be mad and still smile? That's the best time to smile, honestly. It is the best time to put the biggest smile on your face. And depending on the spirit of the person that you're talking to, it may actually burn them up from the inside. But that face, Hootie, that is not acceptable. That will not open doors for you, sir. That will get them slammed in your face. And I have an expressive face. Trust me, it will happen. An example, another customer. Ah! This woman and her husband came into the store. I am not exaggerating anything that I am about to tell you. This 100% happened. This woman came into the store with her husband in an attempt to return a pair of jeans that they purchased in June of 2021. With a straight look on her face, she expected me to accept that return. We could not come out of the house because of COVID. Ma'am, this store was open in June of 2021. Our return policy is 60 days. You can't even exchange them. I scanned her receipt into the system of the store. The system said there is nothing on this receipt acceptable for return. You can't even let us do an exchange? No, ma'am. The computer says that there is nothing on this receipt that can be returned. I take it you're the only manager. Somebody had their Karen starter kit on that day. Yes, I'm the only manager. Well, you don't have to look so happy to see us leave. Ma'am, you're entitled to your perception. That is my perception. Have a good day, ma'am. Just all week long. All week long. All these tests, I tell you. I may have accidentally slipped in later conversation, hoping that a house would fall on her, much like the witch in the Wizard of Oz. I felt bad after I said it, and I asked Yahweh to forgive me, but I needed a release. A year, really, ma'am? That's the type of stuff that we do. We couldn't come into the house because of COVID. I'm sorry. That sounds like a very personal problem. You have my sympathies for any negativity that came in your life because of COVID. I'm sorry. You don't get to go and dump your stuff on other people and then act like a victim when it doesn't go your way. We do this way too much. And I know it's not going to stop just because I'm talking about it, but it's ridiculous, people. Yes, sir.
So, family come here, right? They said they couldn't come out the house
Because of COVID.
So take it that they had up until they came into the store enough food and everything that they needed.
Isn't that interesting? They weren't
lean.
lean and thin fleshed.
They didn't go to work or nothing, unless they were their own employees working for self out of the house, but still they had eating.
That's a nice story.
They didn't go outside. Oh my
That's a
gosh.
lovely
They
story.
went inside the house.
That is a nice story. I know I look young, but I wasn't born yesterday. Good grief. We couldn't come out because of COVID. Okay, ma'am. COVID is on its, what, 5th designation now? And you're out of the house maskless. It obviously wasn't too terrible. You came into the store to buy the jeans with an in-store receipt. Clearly, COVID wasn't that terrible for you. But that's a nice story. You commit that to memory. Pass it on down through generations. It'll be a fairy tale by the time your children's 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 children can pay attention. Okay. The whole point of me sharing that was that we, on the island of me, make everything about us. And anybody who has, in some instances, the misfortune to bring their boat and dock at the bay on the island of me will have to deal with some, I'm just going to say it, many things that are unnecessary. I'm catching myself so I don't speak in ill regard on the Sabbath day. It's ridiculous and it's exhausting to the people that we vomited on, but it doesn't stop us from doing it. And then we wonder why we get the responses from people that we get. You want people to do things for you and be nice to you and treat you in a certain way, but the moment you don't get your way, all heck breaks loose. And then you look at people with a straight face and say, why are you treating me like this? Because people are not Yahweh. Yahweh will wake us up after we spit in our face and forgive us. People are not Yahweh. We put people on the same elevation as Yahweh. We aren't. We are not. We are far removed from our Elohim. We are far removed how we should be as servants of our Elohim. And because we know that, we want to hold everyone else in the world accountable to that standard. But we don't maintain it ourselves. And with a straight face, we'll call somebody a hypocrite. When the biggest hypocrites of all, this one, that guy. The reflection that you see when you look in the mirror. Biggest hypocrite. Because we talk it, but we don't walk it. So are our ways and our actions, the things that we do and say, is acceptable to Yahweh? Who of us can stand in that same mirror and say that my ways, my thoughts, my actions are acceptable to Yahweh? He is looking down on me, smiling at my life, because everything that I do is acceptable to Yahweh. If you can't stare at yourself in the mirror and say that, perhaps you should say less. And none of us will think about that when we in our feelings. We feel like we're completely justified to say and do anything that comes forward, going forward, because somebody made me mad. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 17 and verse 13. Because we do this a lot when we in our feelings. Proverbs 17 and verse 13. Whoso rewardeth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. Now, aside from any of the violations of Yahweh's law being evil, who can name something that's evil? Knowledge. Name something evil. Boy, this side of the world. What's wrong with y'all over here? Huh? Okay, yeah, I said murder, but I also said outside of things in the law. That's in the law. I want you to give me some real life examples of things that are evil, but things that aren't mentioned specifically in the law. Yes.
Blackmailing.
Very good. Somebody's got their thinking cap on.
No, I said blackmailing.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought about that yesterday. I think it. Well, I thought about it, but I was like, blackmailing.
It's probably touched on in a way because that involves a lot of different pieces that include the law. But I want to hear some examples of things that aren't named specifically in the law. Real world examples of things that people are doing that are evil. Ms. Maria, you got something?
Robbery.
Yep. It's in the law, though. Zuri, I'm coming back to you now with another question. Name something evil that happens in life.
Killing.
Yes, killing. Sister Natural?
Bribery.
Bribery. Mhm. So what it sounds like is that everything evil that happens in the world is touched on in the law.
Cisco says, psychological manipulation.
Thank you! Thank you! That type of stuff. That is evil. And we do it every single day. Yes.
One more. That's never mind that. I don't think that is wasting your life even.
It could be. It depends on what you're wasting your life doing.
Okay, then that.
Walking around, trying to get people for money, holding up signs, making people think you broke and destitute.
Yeah.
But then you take off your acting hat and you go get in your Lexus and drive to your fancy house in Mason. There's a whole lot of things wrong with that. If you're talking to somebody and you're making them think something, but that's not actually the case, but you want them to think a certain way so that you can move them to do certain things, psychological manipulation. And we do that all the time. We're nice to the people that we like. We'll treat the people that we like a certain way. If they have pleased us, we'll be nice to them. The people that have made us angry, they worse than the mud in our shoes then. We're going to be mean to you. I'm going to hold back love and attention and affection from you. I don't like you, and I'm going to let you know it. And they will make you feel so bad that you'll do anything to get back into their good graces. Psychological manipulation. Any movie that you watch, it involves psychological manipulation to a certain extent. If you're trying to make somebody behave a certain way so that you can get what you want out of them, that is psychological manipulation. We need to watch the effect that we are having on people. You reward people evil, and they don't have no bad intentions behind what they're doing. It's something that isn't pleasing you, but you're rewarding them with evil. Evil's never going to leave your life. When people are good to you and you are dirty to them, whether you caught up in your feelings or you just a nasty individual, evil will not leave your life. And you shouldn't feel a way when something bad happens to you. But we won't think about none of that. We pull out that victim hat. I'm such a good person. I get the law. Okay. You forgot 12 days ago somebody made you mad and you was talking crazy to them. You forgot about that. Because on day 13, you was back to praise the mighty Yahweh. Hallelujah. I'm a good servant. Yes, I got on my fringes. My clothes are 100%. You talking about all the ways in which you serve Yah, but you forgot about all the other ways you did it. Be real quick to big up ourselves for the things that we do. Yes, my clothes are 100%. Yes, I think well of my neighbor. Yes, that in that moment, you was just as low as somebody that calls on another deity because you was thinking about yourself. Me, 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 me. That was the song going through your head. Me, 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 me. You even had a scratch with it. Me, 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 me. Whoop, whoop, me. You had a dance and everything, thinking about you. Yes, Rudy, that is the face that you make when evil does not depart your house. Because you're under the stress and strain of being evil. It's stressful. And it shows when you walk out into the world. Okay, I want to read something in the book of Jubilees. Nope, not that. Jubilees. And in the book of Jubilees, we read verse 31. Everyone is familiar with what happened between Cain and Abel, right? Well, in this Bible, it doesn't tell you how Cain died. He had ill intentions for his brother. Why? Because he felt a way that Yahweh didn't accept what he offered. He was in the land of me, thinking about himself. But me, I did this. How come it wasn't received the way his was? Me, 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 me. He was focused on himself. He should have been focused on Yahweh. He gave Yahweh what he felt was acceptable, not what Yahweh felt was acceptable. And as a result, this is what happened. So in the book of Jubilees, chapter 4, verse 31, it says, at the close of this Jubilee, Cain was killed after him in the same year, for his house fell on him, and he died in the midst of his house. He was killed by its stones, for with a stone he killed Abel, and by a stone he was killed in righteous judgment.
You said his house.
His house was made of stones, and his house fell in on him, and he died. He used a stone to kill his brother. That's why I said we can't do what Yahweh can do. We be real quick to react to people when they do things to us or they say things to us because they offended me. They made me mad. We don't consider how Yahweh is thinking about us in that moment. And we do things that we cannot take back. We say things that we cannot take back. And what you put out is what Yahweh is going to give you. So if you walking through the world and you think so highly of yourself that can't nobody say nothing to you, but you can say whatever you want to whomever you want in any way that you feel like you want to. Don't be mad when somebody unleashes a whole bunch of verbal on you that you don't like or appreciate, because you've been doing it. But you feel like you justified because you know Yah. What's up, Giggles? You got some jokes you want to share with the room? I'm talking to you. I know you ain't giggling, but you're sharing information that's causing him to giggle. I want to know what the joke is. He has never made that face before, ever. He's always in here serious. Now he's trying so hard not to laugh that his face is turned sideways. That must have been some joke. Verse 32. For this reason it was ordained on the heavenly tablets, with the instrument with which a man kills his neighbor, with the same shall he be killed. After the manner that he wounded him, in like manner shall they deal with him. What you put out is what you get back. You like flowers and candy, then give flowers and candy. Sometimes you got to give it to people who make you sick, but you still give it because that's what you want in return. We want to take upon the judgment and the retribution against people because we've been offended. How about you let Yahweh do it? You don't know all the ins and outs of a person's action or inaction. Details matter. We don't focus on the details. We're only focused on me. I didn't like what you. Me. We don't know the details. We don't know the why, fors, and hows. We don't stop and consider none of that because we only thinking about ourselves. We're not stopping to consider that Yahweh may not like how I'm about to respond to this. Yahweh may not like how I feel about this right now. Or even, why do I feel like this right now? Based on what this person is saying or doing to me. You take the time to think about all of that. I almost 100% of the time guarantee you won't respond to what that person is doing. At least not in the way that you initially would have. Because you'll give it some thought. And you won't be a butt about it. But then again, some people are just inherently butts. They can't turn it off. And I'm tired of worrying about it. Let's go to Proverbs 17 and verse 14.
What verse?
Proverbs 17 and verse 14. Yes, ma'am. As I'm getting older, as Yahweh is my witness, I am so worn out from dealing with a particular type of spirit that is turning me into a particular type of spirit. I've only been on this earth 47 years and some months. I cannot begin to imagine how Yahweh feels at the disrespect that he receives on the daily. And so I compare that with how I feel. Not that I'm trying to compare myself to Yah at all, by any means. But I say all of that to say, I need to connect with my feelings and why I feel the way that I feel about things. The short story of a lot of that is that I'm tired. The patience that I once had has been whittled away. I don't have the amount of patience that Yahweh has. I'm so far from it. And it makes me short of energy, short of emotion, short of response, because I'm tired. I don't know if it's bad for me to feel that way. But if me feeling that way is making me elicit an unrighteous response to individuals, then it's wrong for me to feel that way. Because I'm not saying or doing or feeling things that would put a smile on Yahweh's face. So I need to think about that and pray that Yahweh makes me to feel and think and act in a manner that he is pleased with, not with people. In Proverbs chapter 17, I'd like to read verse 14. It says, the beginning of strife is as one letteth out water. Strife, by dictionary definition, one of several dictionary definitions, is angry or bitter disagreement under fundamental issues. Conflict. All conflicts, all times people don't get along, is from strife. Two people don't see one subject the same way. And most times, it's not even a subject that Yahweh would give a darn about. But it's important to us because we think we're important. It ain't something that make the sun rise in the morning or make the sun go down in the evening. Most times, it ain't even something important enough to where life and energy need to be poured into it. But we'll do it. We'll hold on to it. You don't see it my way, you're wrong. You don't see it my way, you're wrong. It's this cartoon by Dr. Seuss. I don't remember what these things' names are. But they stood facing each other because they did not agree. The land was built up around them. First, it was just plain land. They so staunch in what they think and how the other person is wrong that they stood there facing each other as a whole civilization was built up around them, not paying them or their argument any attention. That is what we do. We argue and we bicker with people and we have disagreements and we'll just look at each other mean and evil and nasty, and the world is going on around them and doesn't give a darn about whatever it is that you feel so strongly about, that in the grand scheme of things means nothing. But your pride is important. And how dare I say that I was wrong? How dare I consider that there may be another way to look at this subject besides what my little limited field of vision in life has allowed me to see? There is more than one way to approach a situation. And if you put Yahweh first, he will give you the wisdom to approach a situation. A lot of times we don't put Yahweh first. We'll swear it's about Yahweh because we can quote scriptures. We can pull out all the scriptures to prove that we're right. Then that person will pull out scriptures to prove that they're right. But y'all still don't agree. Is the breach in Yahweh or is the breach in man? But we'll swear we're righteous. the latter half of verse 14 in chapter 17 of Proverbs. It says, therefore, leave off contention before it be meddled with. Contention is a heated disagreement, an assertion, especially one maintained in an argument. Leave off contention before it be meddled with. Without the modern advancement of a faucet, who in this room could turn off water once it starts to pour? Without the invention of the faucet that has handles that control the valves of the water, who can stop water from flowing? Anyone in this room? Anybody? But this is what they likened contention to. And we will, in a heartbeat, jump into an argument because somebody does not agree with us. Leave it off before it be meddled with. Hear the silence in this room right now? It's a state of thinking and peace. But if we approach somebody with something that, for whatever reason, is so important to us, and they respond with this, silence, not saying anything, many of us will take that as a great sign of disrespect. Even though it's a verse right here that says, leave off contention. You ain't gonna say nothing. You gonna disrespect me. You're not gonna say nothing. Maybe your fool self is not worthy of a response. You ever think about that on the island of me? Sometimes people's issues are just that, their issues. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to process it. So they push it off on everybody else. They want to be argumentative. They want to be combative. They want to talk loud when they can't get their way. They want to say stuff to you to make you feel small. Because they're burning from the inside. And because they feel that pain and that hurt and that void and whatever else is going on, they want to share that with other people and make you feel as bad as they feel. You can shut that down. You don't have to respond. Just like you let out water and you can't contain it. Let that silence and that peace be your water and put the fire out. In this movie, there are these penguins. And one of the things that they said was smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. Sometimes that's what you got to do to people. And it don't matter if they're going to take that smile as disrespect. It don't matter if that smile is going to make them angrier. Sometimes you got to be an island of me and protect you. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. Because some of them spirits, no matter what your response is going to be, it's going to be, they still going to vomit words. Smile and wave. Walk away. I would never suggest that you purposely vex anybody because I don't think that's right. But again, there's some people, their spirit's going to be vexed regardless of what you do. So if you're dealing with that type of spirit, you respond in a way that's going to be beneficial to you. In righteousness and how the Most High sees you. Don't give them back what they're giving you. Now, I ain't saying somebody's spraying you with a water hose and sticking dogs on you that you just stand there and take it. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But if somebody coming at you crazy because they in their feelings and what they feel they think is right, smile and wave. May Yahweh be with you. Keep it moving. They'll be so angry by your response, confused by your response, and just stuck from your response. They'll go somewhere else because you ain't giving them what they want. When you get angry, in their mind, they're going to feel like they're justified in what they're doing. See, he said, duh, 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 duh. He came to me, duh, 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 duh. They don't use that as a justification for how they act. Don't give them that. Go in your pocket and pull out a Jolly Rancher. Plop it in your mouth. If you're in a situation where you got to stand there and listen to it, let your mind wander. Think about something good. Think about cupcakes, honey buns, sprinkles on your ice cream sundae. Ooh, I like the shoes that I'm wearing today. They're nice. Thank you, Yahweh. There are so many things you can think about. You ain't got to give them your energy. You ain't got to feel sad about yourself. You ain't got to be mad. That's their temporary state of insanity. It doesn't have to be yours. Yahweh, this person clearly has a disgruntled spirit. I don't know what brought it about. I don't want to feel that way. So Yahweh, please be with me, specifically at this moment, because any number of things could happen because somebody decided to let out contention. Their water bill is overflowing. Please turn off that water. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Watch Yahweh work. Dry up that water with a giant paper towel. And it won't be nothing they can do about it. They can go be mad, still be mad. They won't understand why they're mad, but Yahweh know why they're mad, but you ain't mad. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. Act like the lady on the parade float. I serve an awesome Elohim. This interaction was 2 minutes. I still got, Yahweh willing, 98 minutes to go on and do something else. Think about something else. Be somebody else. Nice chatting with you. Bye. By the time you get finished talking to them, they will be so mad. Somewhere else, though. Wickedness and righteousness can't exist in the same space. But you know what does exist with wickedness? More wickedness. And when you get angry and you get mad because someone's attacking the island of me, well, guess what? You'll be those two Dr. Seuss characters standing there looking at each other. Y'all can't agree. Y'all still mad. And the world is going on around you. And no one else cares about what y'all mad about but y'all. Then it's going to get to a point where ain't nobody going to remember who was mad about it. Then y'all going to be mad about that. See, you can just spiral out of control. And for what? Time is short. We are only allowed so much time in the space that Yahweh has blessed us to be in. Why do we spend so much of that time mad and angry and contentious? Anybody got any ideas?
Focus on everybody else.
Do we? Because the island of me says that I'm important. I'm not thinking about anyone else. I'm only thinking about me. Me, 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 me. So in the book of Jubilees, chapter 20, I'm going to read verses 1 through 10. It's
You said Jubilee.
the book of Jubilees, chapter 20. And it's a pity that these verses aren't read more because there is such wisdom from our ancestors that they took out of this book. But praise the mighty Yahweh, he still made a way for us to get to it. Because these are things that can help us control our spirits and be better servants to Yahweh and take a boat off the island of me from time to time. Go see something else. So in the book of Jubilees, chapter 20, in verse 1. And in the 42nd Jubilee, in the first year of the 7th week, Abraham called Ishmael and his 12 sons, Isaac and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah and their sons. And he commanded them that they should observe the way of Yahweh, that they should work righteousness and love each his neighbor, and act on this manner among all men, that they should each so walk with regard to them as to do judgment and righteousness on the earth. That verse right there is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to love our neighbors and act like this with all men, so that we all walk with regard to doing judgment and righteousness. Please tell me, who in here has been so angry because they walked in judgment and righteousness? Exactly. See, they don't even go together. That's like a peanut butter and celery sandwich. You don't think of celery when you think of peanut butter. What do you think of?
Jelly.
Jelly. Exactly. How you gonna be mad but say I'm walking in righteousness? Sound ridiculous, no? He cut me off in traffic, I'm mad. Ooh, where's the righteousness in that? I'm angry. Where's the righteousness in that? If you can't put them together, they probably don't go together. You know what I'm saying? That they should circumcise their sons, verse 3, according to the covenant which he made with them, and not deviate to the right hand or to the left of all the paths which Yahweh had commanded us, that we should keep ourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and renounce from amongst us all fornication and uncleanness. Therein lies part of the problem right there. We don't try to get away from unclean stuff. We've been so whittled down from our righteousness to now we just like, well, can't get away from it. See if we can diminish it a little bit. This says to keep ourselves from all fornication and uncleanness. And if any woman or maid commit fornication amongst you, burn her with fire and let them not commit fornication with her after their eyes and their heart. Well, therein lies another problem. I've committed fornication. According to this, I shouldn't even be here right now. There is wickedness that exists in the land that we're in. We just absorb it and live around it instead of saying, ew, yuck, please don't touch me. Get away from me. Ew. We don't bob and weave enough. We just like, well, it's here. Dive right into it. Rub all up against it. Watch it on YouTube. Dang, that look good. Not be like, ew, yuck, gross, vomit pie. We don't do none of that. Ooh, let me see how that feels. Yeah. I know it's wrong. I'm sorry. I like the way that felt though. That's us. Burn her with fire and let them not commit fornication with her after their eyes and their heart. And let them not take to themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan, for the seed of Canaan will be rooted out of the land. And he told them of the judgment of the giants and the judgment of the Sodomites, how they had been judged on account of their wickedness and died on account of their fornication and uncleanness and mutual corruption through fornication. And guard yourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and from all pollution of sin, lest ye make our name a curse, and your whole life a hissing, and all your sons to be destroyed by the sword, and ye become a curse like Sodom, and all your remnant as the sons of Gomorrah. Do we guard ourselves from all uncleannesses? Do we guard ourselves from pollution of sin? Nope. Take it on the chin. Just be like, well, when in Rome. I implore you, my sons, love the Elohim of heaven. Cleave ye to all his commandments, and walk not after their idols and after their uncleannesses. Make not for yourselves molten or graven deities, for they are vanity. There is no spirit in them, for they are the work of men's hands, and all who trust in them trust in nothing. So often we trust in nothing. Nothing that can help us, nothing that can save us, nothing that sets us apart as righteous. Serve them not, nor worship them, but serve ye the Most High Elohim, and worship him continually, and hope for his countenance always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you and grant you his mercy. Is Yahweh taking pleasure in the way that we are living our lives? Is Yahweh taking pleasure in the thoughts that we think? Is Yahweh taking pleasure in the actions that follow behind the thoughts that we think? What does Yahweh think about us right here, right now? Not that we decided to put on holy garments because it's the Sabbath day. I mean Wednesday. When you out there in Babylon, you got on your regular clothes. And you ain't thinking about the Sabbath day. You out there with Jacob and John and y'all making TikToks. How do Yahweh feel about that? It's 100 degrees outside with 100% humidity, and you decide that you don't want to go put on clothes that are going to keep you covered. You want to wear as little as possible outside because you're hot. And then because you do that, all manner of things happens afterwards. You got dudes looking at you. You got women looking at you. There are a whole lot of repercussions to this, to the way that we decide to present ourselves in the world, and we don't think about it. But then we have the audacity to wonder why bad things are happening to us. We are taking ourselves out of the way of Yahweh, but we don't consider it or think about it until something desperately wicked happens to us. Then we put on that victim hat. I don't know why this is happening. I'm wearing my branches. You did that on the Sabbath day, but you didn't do that on Monday. All week long, you've been almost the heathen. And then come the Sabbath day, oh, Yahweh is righteous. Praise his name. Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom. But come 10:59 on the Sabbath night, your name is Shabiqua, and you is turned. You go back to being Tyrone, and you in the club doing what he do. We all rubbed up with wickedness, getting comfortable with it, wearing it as a jacket. And then we wonder with our victim hats why things are happening to us. Why you all in your feelings and you can't get out of them. And why people keep messing with you. Serve them not, nor worship them, but serve ye the Most High Elohim, and worship him continually, and hope for his countenance always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you and grant you his mercy, and send rain upon you morning and evening. Do you know, granted it was a heathen, but that's not the point. Somebody told me the other day, I kid you not, they said the rain was some bull sugar honey iced tea. I said, you don't call that bullshit. You can take what somebody says to you and call that bull, but that's not bull. Now, I'm sorry that you got to work in the rain, but that's a personal choice. You don't curse the rain. Yahweh got everything established in his order, in his way. We are out of order. We curse in the rain? Really? Do you know what would happen to this planet without rain? It'd be like this. There's even rain in the desert when Yahweh wants it to be. That's how far removed from the Most High Yah we are. We curse rain. The things that Yahweh has naturally put in place are repulsive to us. But again, on that victim hat. And send rain upon you morning and evening, and bless all your works which you have wrought upon the earth. Whoa. Can you imagine what it would be like to have Yahweh bless everything that you try to do? Every idea that you can conceive that is righteous, let me preface. Anything that you think to do that is righteous and of good. Can you imagine what it would be like for Yahweh to touch that and say, I got you? There's only one way that we can achieve that. That's in keeping the law wholeheartedly at all times. Not because it's the Sabbath day, but back on Monday, I'm a heathen. You can't hop in and out of righteousness. Boy, we is hopping. That's why we jump French so well. Got to navigate. Woo-hoo! Keeping the law over here on this leg. This leg, oh boy. Outline is fun. And bless all your works which you have wrought upon the earth. And bless your bread and your water. Boy, have you ever tasted something that was so good? Yahweh bless you. I did. I had some watermelon. I thank Yahweh every time I eat it, except for them seedless ones. I don't rock with those. But the ones with the seeds, boy, I know Yahweh touched that with his hand. It's wonderful. Did you get that feeling from your fig bars? That was a legit question. Did you feel that way after you ate it?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. You either did or you didn't.
I mean, I ate it also, yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. People eat things all the time. Chitlins, for instance. I refuse to believe that that's a blessing. And you need to. You eating something's guts? Really? And then you try to season it. People, hot sauce don't make everything taste better. Now, I get it. The slaves ate it because there was a curse. We don't need to hold on to the curses and treat it as tradition.
Wait, how sauce?
Chitlins.
Oh,
With 1 year.
Well, I won't say that hot sauce is a curse, but I will say they making flaming hot varieties of everything. Things that I don't think are supposed to be hot. Like, I don't understand what you need with a flaming hot Mountain Dew, but what do I know? I don't know why you need flaming hot mac and cheese, but okay. I don't care if it's vegan. You can keep that. No.
Why say it for me?
Okay. Yeah, mac and cheese is delicious, but a flaming hot Mountain Dew. First of all, it's stuff and soda that can clean off a car battery. So you're gonna drink that, and then on top of that, add whatever chemicals that they use to make this flaming hot seasoning. When they say kill yourself, I guess that's what they taking it literally. Kill yourself. It's ridiculous. personally want Yahweh to bless my bread and my water. You know what's in the water? All kinds of stuff. We need Yahweh's blessing for the water. And bless the fruit of our womb. We need that blessing too. Because all the insanity and craziness and worries and woes that the mothers are thinking, they passing that on to their children. Their children coming out with those same things in their DNA because that's what they were formed with. And then those children grow up in this crazy world. Then they go to school with other crazy people, and it's crazy on top of crazy on top of crazy. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm saying that's real. We can't think the way Yahweh wants us to think because we haven't been formed in righteousness. I can't expect my children that I made out of fornication with their father to come out righteous, thinking righteous thoughts when they weren't formed in righteousness. But we don't think about that. Because Judy got a big booty and it looked nice. Sway over there got swag. And I like that in my DMs. That's the stuff that we be thinking about. And then we be wondering why we crazy. Why you can't have a conversation with somebody. Why you can't say good morning and get a genuine happy response in return. Why people won't say excuse me when they walk past you. They just walk by like you move out my way. Why they won't wave to you before they get over in front of you in traffic. They just go. We crazy. We don't have Yahweh's blessing anymore. We won't forsake the wickedness. We rub up to it and get comfortable in it. We want to make clothes out of it. And we want to wear it all the time and show everybody how expensive it was. And bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of the land, and the herds of thy cattle, and the flocks of thy sheep. If I was to tell a black man today that he needs some cattle and some sheep, you know how most of them going to look at me? Like I'm crazy. If I was to tell a black man to take your Timberlands off and go dig a garden, you know what he gonna tell me? You out your mind. Ain't nobody on that. That's what we need to be on. We are from the earth. A couple lessons ago, I was talking about a garden. And I was talking about how being out there made me feel. I read something today that helped me understand why I feel the way I feel when I'm in my garden. We are from the earth. That should be natural to us. But because we've been in the Babylonian concrete jungle, it's absurd to us. Get my nails dirty. Ew. Who gonna do that? You must be crazy. Out there digging the dirt. Sir, from the dirt we are taken, into the dirt we will return, manicured nails and all. We are so far removed from our natural element that anything natural feels foreign and gross and icky to us. Ew, I won't do that. Ew. And ye will be for a blessing on the earth. And all nations of the earth will desire you and bless your sons in my name, that they may be blessed as I am. Do you know how it feels to walk around in the earth and have other nations of people say, those Yahweh's people? You tell her about that. She can't use that bathroom. My apologies. We have no idea how it feels to be a blessing on the earth because we are far removed from Yahweh's way. Yahweh set a path for us and we said, nope, we want to go this way. Nope, we want to go this way. But Yahweh's way. Ew, who does that? I want some flaming hot. What's wrong with plums? Ugh, who eat plums? Ugh. I want some ramen noodles. All the things that water. Ugh, who drink water? That's nasty. Oh, okay. So you don't need water to build up your body, despite the fact that your body is mostly water. But you ain't gonna think about none of that because you're too busy doing it for the brain. There's people on Instagram that show you about healthy living too. You ain't paying them no attention. Because you're trying to get your pick, the good pick from the right angle. So you can get a bunch of likes. You're too busy taking pictures of your car. You want people to see your wheels. Yeah, we are far removed from y'all, long story short. In the book of Jubilees, Abraham called his offspring together to give them the keys that they needed to open the door to a successful life. Yahweh blessed us to still be able to use these keys. But you got to ask yourself, as you're walking around in your life, and you got your key ring of keys, what keys are you going to use to open the doors that will lead you to being successful? Do you want to be successful in the eyes of Babylon? Or do you want to be successful in the eyes of Yahweh? You don't like being burnt from the inside out? Get your spirit right. And you can only do that through focusing on Yahweh. Hallelujah. Anybody got any questions, comments, concerns, praises?
Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Yahweh is righteous. No, I did not say that hot sauce is unrighteous. I didn't say it. I said chitlins.
Yakira sent that message. Praise Yahweh. Shalom, shalom, sis and brother. She said, she's the message saying, Shabbat shalom, kings and queens, princes and princesses of the house of Yahuwah. Have a wonderful and blessed hallelujah day. Praise Yah.
Right on. Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yahweh. All righty. That about does it for my portion to the Sabbath day. Yahweh is righteous and merciful. Yahweh willing, we will return at 4:30 for the second portion of the Sabbath day services here at the house of YAHUHA. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving us your attention and your contributions. I appreciate it. Yahweh appreciates it. And Yahweh willing, we will see you all later. Peace and blessings.
Great job.
Hallelujah.
Hope you get your hot chocolate milk.